Hello, traders. Welcome to the LPSN Explosion Live. It's flying. It's up 11.24% at the minute. It's been up at 0.72 pretty much, which is pretty good. Happy about that.
Better looks like a Peter Gibbons. Oh, there you are. We were just talking about you. You must be Peter Gibbons.
Oh, it's him.
Terrific. I'm Bob Slidell. This is my associate, Bob Porter.
Oh, hi, Bob. Bob?
Pretty much, go ahead and grab a seat and join us for a minute or two. You see, what we're actually trying to do here is we're trying to get a feel for how people spend their day at work. So, if you would you walk us through a typical day for you?
Yeah.
Great.
Well, I generally come in at least 15 minutes late. I use the side door. That way Lumberg can't see me. and after that, I just sort of space out for about an hour. Till I'm
Space out?
Yeah, I just stare at my desk. But it looks like I'm working. I do that for probably another hour after lunch, too. I'd say in a given week, I probably only do about 15 minutes of real, actual work.
Peter, would you be a good sport and indulge us and just tell us a little more?
Bob.
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you something about TPS reports.
GME.
The thing is, Bob, it's not that I'm lazy. It's that I just don't care.
Don't care?
It's a problem of motivation, all right? Now, if I work my ass off and Initech ships a few extra units, I don't see another dime. So where's the motivation? And here's something else, Bob. I have 8 different bosses right now.
I beg your pardon?
25,000 of them.
8, Bob. So that means that when I make a mistake, I have 8 different people coming by to tell me about it. That's my only real motivation, is not to be hassled. That and the fear of losing my job. But you know, Bob, that'll only make someone work just hard enough not to get fired.
Would you bear with me for just a second, please?
Okay.
What if, and believe me, this is so hypothetical, but what if you were offered some kind of a stock option equity sharing program? Would that do anything for you?
I don't know, I guess. Listen, I'm gonna go. It's been really nice talking to both of you guys.
Absolutely. The pleasure's all on this side of the table, trust me.
Good luck with your layoffs, all right? I hope your firings go really well.
Good luck.
Excellent. Great.
Awesome. Thank you very much to Elegy and Column. Cheers, guys. Let's get the LPSN party started, says Elegy. That's it, it's already kicked off. You're fashionably late, I think, Elegy. And Column says he found out what a trailing stop was today. That's excellent. Now you've only got to find the difference between a trailing stop limit and a trailing stop market order. Hey, I'm the eternal Scotsman, and I speak in ethereal ways, but I'm not the ethereal Scotsman, because that the connotation with the word ethereal is it doesn't last forever, but I'm relentless. So it doesn't quite work to call me ethereal, but you could call me the eternal Scotsman with his ethereal ways. If you're asking, there you're asking, Alex. Free falling. Triswan, do you often use trailing limit stops? I do for my take profits, look. I mean, it's a bit more of a faff, and then you have to check that it happens and stuff. And sometimes it should happen and everything went perfectly, but it didn't. So stuff like that's annoying. So I might often put like a stop market in also just beyond it, like beyond the critical ones. I don't think I would ever use a stop limit on its own without any protection of a stop market. For sure. SPX said that was a period of consolidation. And we were so far so right. So far so good. Oh, this was also, if you were interested, you know, ding, body closes, ding. So that's the first part done. That's amazing. It's amazing what's going to happen there. You will not believe what's going to happen there. Although you will, because it'll happen right in front of your face, and you'll have to believe it. You'll be forced to. Well, look, that worked, and that worked. Oh, and this held, and that means this is still correct. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, and you had some bullish divergence on that golden pocket reversal point after a period of consolidation, so it broke up again. Oh, that's a surprise. That's a surprise. Lipson. 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 Love a bit of Lipson. Thank you, Alex. Yes, I do trade CFDs. Usually I try to trade CFDs on, you know, betting platforms as opposed to exchanges where I'm not getting taxed anything. Like, there's no tax, because in Britain we don't get taxed for gambling. You're the best bot. Join your gang now, says Shaw Presley. 40k in Lipson. Nice work, Shaw. You're in good company. Good company. Lipson is a great company. Also, you have great company here. Pretty much my last meeting at the bank, says Colin. What happened? Ah, David's got some Lipson. Congratulations, David. So, how many likes have we got? It's my favourite part of the show, checking the likes. We love it when there's at least as many likes as people watching. That's what we love here. If it isn't, I get all moody and low sugar level behaviour. 82 likes. Wow. Concurrent viewers, 157. Wow. Wow. So lucky. Thank you for hitting the like button, everybody. Zap. Thanks, Trisboy. I didn't even know you could use betting platforms. I should look into this. Yeah, you should. The only problem is they've got a big spread, which is like, and you have to pay for, like, you know, the holding the position. So you have to, you know, you'd only want to be doing it if you were sure of the direction of price, and ideally, right, you would price would be at a real inflection point when you got it, so that somebody else will come to you and you don't have to pay the spread, because then you're immediately in profit. And on contracts for difference on the betting platforms, the spread is controlled by the platform, not any, nibble pricing or anything. And they each have their own spread, and that's where they make their money. They act as the market maker on their own little bit there. Contracts for difference are banned in America because your government doesn't trust you. They don't trust you, not to with your own money, to spend it on stuff that's perfectly normal. Also, there's like gambling's illegal in America. Most of it, because I don't know why. Probably a religious thing. But over here, yep, a good idea. I mean, taxes is horrible. When you're doing well at trading, tax is horrible. Like, you're happy to pay it in a badge of honor and so on, but it's still fucking horrible amounts. Like, when you're doing all the work yourself. Anyway. Ooh, 111 likes. Wow. Today's show's mostly about the likes so far. That and Lipson, but like, you know. On CMC, you can't go long on Lipson spread betting. Could this be a sign? Yeah. Yep. Comfy sofa. I must confess, I jumped into Lipson on Monday. Damn you, Jamie, it's the memes that got me. Memes, well, nobody can ever tell you their financial advice. There'll be no way they can ever say that that's financial advice. Could you give me an overview of Lipson, please? You can get one on the Discord Comfy Sofa. There's the free side of Discord, which has got a huge, amazing Lipson thread on it. And then there's the paid side of Discord, which has got another huge, amazing Lipson thread on it. If you're really interested in the DD, and you really want to understand the company, its market position, its competitive landscape, their accounting analysis, and a deep dive in every fundamental ratio and point of interest that anyone could ever be interested in, and you want that information delivered to you in the form of an investment report that would be handed from a junior fund manager to a fund manager, then you've got it there on Discord. And it took me about 36 hours to write it up, which is like a record amount of time considering how good it is, really. Never done one so quick. And it's available for you there. There's also the free thread, which is like far busier, obviously. With hundreds and hundreds of people talking in it, loads and loads of funny ass stuff there, and helpful questions and answers and so on. There's a link from BMG, thank you very much. You're welcome. ED relief, exactly. Glad to hear it, Comfy. Lipson, I'll give. Yo! Good morning, good morning. Yes, the spread on betting platforms is much higher. A couple of percentage points difference at least. At least. Sometimes it's like, I've seen contracts for different stuff with a spread of like 10%, like of the actual share price. Like the actual share price. When you buy it, you have to pay 10% more than you do if you sell it. Do you just want to watch, in the background, do you want to watch Lipson or do you want to watch GameStop? I mean, It's up to you guys. We can do both if you'd prefer. It's not too bad. We could do both here. What? What did I do there? Oh, look, it hit that basis line, like I said. Oh, my goodness gracious. Why am I... It's like, hot sake. Stocks are defecting to New York. What? Wall Street jumps after cooling inflation data. Well, they're behind the curve there, aren't they, Wall Street? US stocks higher as the first half of 24 nears its end. What a weird way to write a sentence. That's the news update for you. The stupid news. This will have LPSN. This will have GameStop. That will put out the way that there. Cha-cha, cha-cha. Is this different? Are these actually different? Does it actually worked? Yeah. Hello, click on you, big EJ. Work when I click you, for goodness sake. Why are you doing this to me? Why? Nothing working or what? Click the button. Oh, thank God. Thank goodness gracious me. Hey! That's not what the default, but that was the, did I click apply defaults? Oh shit. Cancel. No, this isn't going to come up again. I did. Weird. Play all, gotcha, yes. Got it. And then, I suppose I should put on this in it. That's adequate. That's adequate there. So LPSN and GameStop are up. Nvidia's up a tiny bit. And SPY's up. So everything that I said. And nothing that I didn't. And this is a new type of being right. Welcome to the new kind. It's like the old kind but more. Right, so that's GameStop, that's LPSN. Everyone's all scared, so we'll just scare them even more, will we? Guys, we'll just scare everyone even more that turn up from now on. Because they'll see the GameStop chart red and they'll be really scared. That's probably what they do, you know, they get real scared and stuff. No, it should go black to red, that's even worse. It's even more scary. Holy shit, that looks terrible already, doesn't it? Guys, people are going to shit a brick when they turn up here. Especially if I do this. Oh my god, some people are going to hate on me so much. Fucking hell, look at GameStop. Bloodbath. Lipson, on the other hand, flying. Let's go down to the exciting time frames and be excited. God, Lipson just can't hack it on the tiny time frames. There is mostly air. It's like when you buy Rice Krispies or something. You're like, I'm paying for this. Like, I've actually crushed up. Have you tried this before? You crush up the packet of Rice Krispies and see how much actual matter you're paying for. And it's nothing. You're not paying for anything. It goes invisible. That's what Lipson's like. There's no matter there. It's just all AI, hive mind. So that's doing good. What about over here? You want to do slightly better? Have I got secret stuff there? Yeah, stay secret then. Keep your secrets straight spotting. Yes, I will. I haven't got volume on. Have I? Good. Ugh. Make this scarier too. Well, I would if it would let me do it. Oh, you're so annoying, computer. Why are you not opening anything? You'll open that, right? Now you'll open this, weirdo. Oh, that looks super scary. Okay, are we happy with that? Or are you pissed off? Oh my god, somebody gives you 5 memberships. It was going to win! Legend. Can't believe my fellow Americans voted for that bag of bones. Well, I mean, if Trump gets elected, which is presumably what you mean, because everyone talks about Biden being old, then by the end of his term, he'll be older than Biden is now. Also, you're talking about your fellow Americans, right? Well, they're your fellow chatbox members, and they don't give a fuck about your political opinions. They're here to make money. So don't talk about it. You know, don't say your opinion on one person or the other unless you've got an opinion on both of them and it's that they're both fucking stupid. You're allowed to say that. Anything else, don't talk about it. You're only going to cause problems for yourself and other people, and in particular me. Right? And it's your country, and you have both. Those are your two choices. So it's only a reflection on you guys, right? It's not like my fellow Americans. That's on you. All of that is. That's on you. All of it. You know, the only people who are free of any association or responsibility are people who don't live in America. Yeah, I'll be the one that has to deal with nonsense. Burnt Toast was gifted a membership. You very lucky person. You now and goes to win is now married to Burnt Toast Andy. Wow, you the Facebook YouTube's Andy. Nobody else called Andy on the entire platform. You got that username, Andy. Congrats. And LPP and Sapientia et Veritas and Stonkowski. Good man, Stonkowski. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Phew, at least it counts today. YouTube can count today. You're writing in Cocoa. You're writing in Cocoa. Evaporating. Flood of liquid. Oh, the chart. The price. Bill Clinton is younger than both of them. Yeah. Rod Bigelow. Lips and Loop video made me want to watch the movie. Best parts of the movie are all there in that meme. Money Miles, why are you talking about it? Are you deaf? Did you not hear me say that you're not allowed to talk about it? Right, the next person that talks about it, I'm gonna fucking scream at you, right? So if you want me to fucking scream at you, which will result in you at the end of it being banned, Work away. Fuck's sake, I've just started the fucking show, eh? Oh, it's got the both of them at the start. That's okay then. I just saw the second one about if the Dems drop Biden. Diddle-a-did-did-did. I mean, I'm sure lots of people want to talk about like the debate as if it was a fucking debate about your stupid fucking candidates. I'm sure you fucking do. In which case, there's plenty of shitty fucking channels about that crap you can waste your life on. Right. I have regained my composure. Mars or Snickers? Right, we're going with Mars or Snickers. You know, it depends though, right? It depends. If you've got nothing to drink at all and you're thirsty, you can't have a Snickers because it's got peanuts in it. Whereas, if you're really, really hungry, then a Mars bar's not going to do you much good, but a Snickers got peanuts in it. I go with Snickers because, you know, if you're stranded on a desert island, you'd rather have the Snickers with you. But a lot of time during the day, probably the majority of the day, if all other circumstances being equal, I'd prefer a Mars bar. Yeah. Snickers, every day is part of a balanced diet. Whatever that means. Ah, chuckle, chuckle. You haven't seen a Mars bar in quite some time. Well, where have you been? So we'll see. Like, I prefer a Mars bar if I had a cup of tea, big glass of milk, and I'd already eaten something, some real sustenance. I'd just go with a Mars. And when it comes to the milkshakes, Mars blows it out of the water. Mars chocolate milkshake. Yeah, marathon. That's what it used to be. But before somebody thought Snickers was like a better, it's a shit name. Snickers is a really shit name. Marathon sort of actually is a good name. And nowadays you'd be like, oh, I want that marathon one with the protein and yada yada da. But it's called Snickers, which is like, doesn't mean anything. Oreo milkshake. Nah. Nah. Twix are fucking shit. The Twix are the opposite of what we do here. Like, you get barely any chocolate, and the whole thing is two massive biscuits. Like the sort of biscuits that, you know, when you're like, oh, I want a biscuit, and your mum be like, we've got biscuits at home. That's what this is, biscuits they put inside Twix. one somebody's mum made at home. And then they're like, well, we could put some chocolate on that. You get the impression when you're eating a Twix that they had business meetings for years and they were all sitting around a table talking about, is there any way we can get less chocolate on this thing? While still not like completely hiding the fact that it's just a biscuit. Yeah, no, Twixes are shit. They're really, really shit. They're like the worst. Also, their adverts are always completely stupid. Like, don't mean anything. Like, snap the Twix. Like, or what? It's just copying Kit Kat. And what's the other one? Like, there's two of them, so you can eat one now and save the other one for later. Who's doing that? Who's doing that? Like, someone who lives in insane poverty and can only eat one Twix a week. Like, yeah, I'll keep this. You open it on the Monday and I'll keep this other one for Friday. So that I don't die. So that I've eaten something on Friday. My other Twix. They're absolutely terrible. I know you're very upset, so I'll pretend you're not bad-mouthing Twix. Right, GME, are you moving yet? You've moved now, right? You've moved a little. I have to have this thing up so I can see something. I'll put that up there. And I can put this up here. And I can put this up here. Some people care about this, so I'll stick it up there. And I care about all of these, so I'm putting them at the top. And I can just move this up and people will stop getting confused by the fact that I have a shitty list there with shit on it. But then all this information is boring. Do you want to know something interesting about GameStop? Do you want to? That like it's really annoying that nobody knows. It's really, really annoying. Do you want to know something that's really annoying? Hello, look at the state of me. No camera. I think you'll come back over here actually. Stupid. Oh look, I can go down there. Guys, ha! I have cracked the code. But I kind of want to use that to explain something, so I'm going to go up here. GameStop will dilute again. It's 100% sure it'll happen, and the reason it'll happen is you. You made it happen. In the shareholders meeting in 2022, you, probably, unless you're a Johnny-come-lately, blow-in looking for options gains, you, like myself and like tens or hundreds of thousands of other people, I don't know what the total was, voted that they would be able to issue 1 billion shares, up to 1 billion. And considering there's like, what is it at the minute, 420,000 or something. Total number of shares outstanding, where are you at? Why don't you tell me on the details page? I think it's about that anyway. About that, 420 million. Or maybe it's 525 million or something now. Because that's not a billion, they can dilute again. Why did they dilute? Because the share price got so detached from the value of the company that it was the fiduciary responsibility of the board to do a raise. The reason for that is because their objective as the leaders of the business is to capitalize the business. So that's what they're going to keep on doing. Another shocking piece of information is they're not going to pay you a dividend just because they've got lots of money. Their job is to reinvest profits into the reason that the business is successful so that it gets more successful. And anybody who could see that if the best place to spend your money is on the activities of the business, then that's where you put the profits of the business so you can grow the business. That's the culture of all stocks, particularly in tech. And like I say, they'll dilute again because they've got 1 billion. The reason I'm going to do it is because you voted for it. So you can't really complain about it after the fact now, can you? Today, we're live streaming LPSN, which is up something stupid like 7.58%, but it was up like 12% a moment ago. And GameStop, which is at the minute up 1.2%, trading at 25.39. So loads of information to come on the show. Tune in to TradeSpot on the regular. Don't talk politics though, we'll all fall out like we did this morning. Thanks for watching, hit the like, that's a quick clip. So now you know, right? Now you know. And it's Mars. Mars are better than Snickers. Because you're not stuck on a desert island. Now you know. Right? So if you ever wanted to know, now you do. Well, how do you know? 'Cause Tracepawn told you. Because you can't remember, because you've got amnesia or something. Got amnesia, haven't you? You big amnesia idiots with your Snickers and your Twixes. Calling them, like... What do you call it, like? The cookie. The cookie inside the Twix. It's not, it's a biscuit. They even say 2 sticks of biscuit in one of the adverts. You know you can get like a Mars Jewel. It's the same idea as a Twix. A Mars Jewel. Like you'll be able to share it or something. Like I'm not buying a Mars bar so you can have half my fucking Mars bar. Get your own Mars bar. You know what I mean? It's just a Mars bar. You could buy a packet of sweets if you wanted to hand them out to lots of people or something. God's sake. I don't think it's a good business idea. I think it's a stupid idea. What do you guys think? What did you think of my revelation there? When I reminded you of the fact that it's going to happen again. Do you want to know what price it'll happen at? I know. So people are going to see that clip and come along to this live stream and see that big red background and red candles. And they're going to be really emotional, especially if they care about political shit. That'll teach them. Don't know what it'll teach them. Does this fit with my objectives? I don't know. I'm not sure. Have you hit the like button yet? The like button. Oh, I love the like button. Do you love it as much as me? Let me check if you've hit it there. Ooh. Same way people don't understand implied volatility. They don't understand enterprise value, and they don't understand that GameStop's enterprise value is going down because of that raise. The book value is going up, so that speaks to long-term positive news. But enterprise value is going down, which reflects on the poor operational success of the company. And that will continue because they're going to keep diluting because there's 1 billion shares available to dilute with, and it's their fiduciary responsibility to raise cash from the markets because that's why they're on the markets, as and when price is so detached from the fundamentals. Owie, owie, owie. And I know the price will dilute it again. If you want to know, let me know if you want to know and I'll tell you. When Lipson goes to $30, I'll buy a new mouse. A new mouse? A real mouse or a clicky click mouse? I suspect it mean a clicky click mouse. If you're buying $5 GameStop, you're getting the same proportion that you would if you bought, 6 times that at the minute, more or less. 5 times it, pardon me. So, it's like, I would love that. Well, you can buy fractional shares right now, so you can get the same amount of GameStop you'd have got for that $5 by buying a fractional amount of GameStop right now. So, saying you would love it, right? What? You've got that privilege right now. You lucky thing, you. You should love it right now. But from what I know of you, I think you do love it right now. Why isn't this whole thing at the bottom? I'm gonna have to end this poll because it's in the way of me reading things from you guys as they come in. A little. Will the mouse have a new cage? Dave the Rave, 420. It's like that joke, Hello, I found your wallet. You can come and get the money back. But I'm keeping the wallet because I like the leather. Blub blub blub. I got a blub blub blub. What does that mean? Where's my blub blub blubs? What does it mean? So who's coming to Scotland for the gathering of the clans? And if not, and you're Scottish, what's your problem? Have you been banned or something? Have you been banned? Do they not want you over here? What is it? You broke the mouse hitting the like button. What's the price that it'll dilute against butter? It's a secret, I'll tell you later, Mr. Luke. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be a secret. If it was a big, really popular point of the conversation, everybody's like, "Oh my god, I really want to know." I'm going to do the like button. I'm going to scream to find out the answer. I'm going to tweet at him, "Wow, that was an amazing clip. I want to know the answer." Blah 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 blah. It's TradeSpot. We should start it, right. TradeSpotting thinks they're going to dilute at XX price. There's a hint already. And what do you guys think? Where do you think it'll? And then all the other influencers would be able to have a conversation in and around that point of interest, which I think is interesting. I think that would be a point of interest, Also, I know the answer, and I can explain it why it will be that. So, I go first, right? I go first, and I go first. No, I'll go last because I know the answer. I'll go first. Fuck it. I want to be first. Go on, GameStop. Go on, you buy ya. 26 blabs. I don't press me much, GameStop. I don't press me much. So the important thing was getting back inside this channel, which we've done now. So you'll have had your tea. And then we said, come up and I'll test this guy, which is doing. It's testing that guy, which is great. I like that. It's really good. Oh, all my drawings were red before, so people will be super confused. Oh well, poor confused people. Oh well. I guess they can ask me, what is happening? What's happening? Help me. And stuff. Stuff like that. God damn it, they've overplayed that song so much. But even worse if it was like saying something about shop like you're a billionaire, Timu, blah 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 during it. Then I don't know if I could watch YouTube. What's with the like, this can't give me 2 non-skippables. Oh, exciting. People already scared in the chat box over there. Already scared, look. Mr. Glazer edits, nice chap, but he's a little scared there. Vic Vince, he says, you, which sounds like he's having a good time, but that's just what people in Sweden say when they're really scared. Instead of saying, ah, they say, you, it's Swedish for ah. That's what's up there. Scared, big scaredy cats over there. Hey. Look, it's starting. What does he say? I want to hear.
GameStop will dilute again.
Oh no!
It's 100% sure it'll
Fuck
happen.
off.
And the reason it'll happen
No.
is you.
What?
You made it happen.
Me?
In the shareholders meeting in
Fuck that guy.
2022. You, probably,
Me?
unless you're a Johnny-come-lately,
Excuse
blow-in
me?
looking for options.
Oh my god, this guy's so
You,
offensive.
like myself and like tens or hundreds of thousands of other people, I don't know what the total was, voted that they would be able to issue 1 billion shares, up to 1 billion.
What? Why did we do
And
that?
considering there's like, what is it at the minute, 420,000 or something?
Million.
Total
You
number of
lunatic.
shares outstanding. Where are you at?
420
Why don't you
million?
tell me on the details
Who's
page?
this guy?
I think it's
Doesn't
about
know
that
anything.
anyway. About that, 420 million.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's 525
Maybe
million
something like
or
that,
something
yeah.
now. Because that's not a billion, they can dilute again. Why
What?
did they dilute? Because the share price
Really?
was so
Is
detached
this guy
from the
legit?
value of the company that it was the fiduciary
Shill. What a
responsibility
shill.
of the board to do a raise. The
Go,
reason
Town.
for that is because their objective as the leaders of the business is to capitalize the business.
What?
So that's what they're going to keep
What does
on
that
doing.
even mean?
Another shocking piece of information is
Shit.
they're not going to pay you a dividend just because they've got lots of money.
Why not? I
Their
want a
job
dividend.
is to reinvest profits into the reason that the business is successful,
What,
so
us?
that it gets more successful.
Yeah, us, we're the
And
reason.
anybody who see that if the best place to spend your money
It's on me.
is on the activities of the business,
No, it's on me.
then that's where you put the profits of the business.
No, you put them
so
on
you
me.
can grow the business.
Fuck's sake.
That's the culture of all stocks, particularly in tech. And like I say, they'll dilute again because they've got $1 billion.
No.
The reason I'm going to do it is because you voted for it. So you can't really complain about it after
No.
the fact now, can you?
Yes?
Today, we're live
In
streaming
our
LPSN,
tens of
which is
thousands
up
we can.
something stupid like 7.58%.
Wow, that guy is so offensive. Did you see him? What's that all about, by the way? I'm not sure if I can take much more of that. It's relentless. What, does he stop doing that at some point or something? I don't know if I can handle that. Who is that guy? And why does he use big words like that? Is he trying to make me feel stupid? He is, isn't he? He's doing that to make me try and make me feel stupid. Just fucking big words. What a bastard. Hit the like button. Or I'll do that to you again. So if you don't hit the like button, we're going to be watching TraceBotton's reaction to TraceBotton reacting to TraceBotton. Then you'll be begging for a dilution. You'll be like, this is so intense, I need a dilution. I need some instant dilution. How do I end a Godstein poll? People like us. Yeah, you guys. You definitely wasn't talking to me. Depends. Yeah. If you're really, really small, and your mirror's really, really high up on the wall, it's impossible, Bobby. Dear Mr. Tradespotting, that's all I can see, Andreas, until I end the poll, which I am now going to attempt to do somehow. Somehow. Oh my god, you just have completely got the answer wrong. You got the answer wrong. Chat box is officially wrong. If you want to watch it, you can see that clip. It's on my channel at the minute. There'll be loads of nasty comments underneath it, which I should get to deleting. I added loads and loads of words to the block list. You know, which when I was adding them, I was like, this is ambiguous. You know, people are going to write perfectly acceptable comments here. So then I went in after yesterday and checked to see how many got caught in the net, and there was only a few, which I could have published straight away afterwards. So it does stop a lot of the trolls, though. I am quite new to the whole trading world, and if I might ask you on your opinion on my Tesla position, currently up 30%, thinking about putting more into LPSN. Cool, yeah? That's a good idea. You can't mix collateral, nor can you mix your ideas up. Like, one trade at a time, Andreas. One trade at a time, okay? So it's your Tesla trade. After that's finished, those funds, you can start thinking about what to do them. If you're looking about LPSN with current funds that aren't in other trades, that's a different trade, and we'll talk about that, and you can do that concurrently. But you can't plan what you'll do with your money until you've left the table, right? You know that song? You know the song? It's Friday, we could play it. But ostensibly people are tuning in for something else. A TradeSpot Inception, I think, and Snickers, and to see me get upset. So your Tesla will go to 299. I mean, what's your time horizon? Like, how soon do you want to close the trade? You want to follow it with a stop loss, obviously, and it'll go to 299, obviously. So that would be a take profit target for you. Probably 50% of your position. Probably. And then you just follow the rest of it with a stop loss, right? That's what you do. And then you come back here and you get rid of that grey name by being a channel member. And if you're trading and you've got any sort of a serious position, you should watch the free education series on how to be a trader on Rocky Outcrop's channel. That's at Rocky Outcrop on YouTube. So you go www.youtube.com/@sign youtube.com/@sign Rocky Outcrop. Or you click the link in the bottom of the description of this video that says watch Rocky, and then you go to playlists, under content, playlists, videos, playlists, and then free educational series. You should be watching that, and after you've watched that, you should take the course, which I teach people how to trade. And if you're new to the world of trading, there's a 9 out of 10 chance that within 24 months you'll have lost everything you wanted to put in it, regardless of how well that Tesla trade goes. Actually, ironically and counterintuitively, the more people who do well in their first couple of trades get their account liquidated much quicker. And you'll never change that statistical outcome. It's always 9 out of 10 because the markets are more or less a zero-sum game. And I'm already one of that 10%, and I'm bringing people up into that 10%. So for everybody I add, somebody else falls out of it. And that's the way it is. So what you want to be doing to yourself, Andreas Carpaccia, is do the free course on Rocky Outcrop's YouTube channel, which is the perfect lead into the course. And after that, join the paid side of Discord. You should definitely be in the Discord too. You should just be like this free side, so if you're not there already, you see, as dumb as that poll might have been, it is very relevant from a business perspective. You're telling me? Gosh, darn relevant for my huge biscuit company. My massive biscuit company. It's great to get some contextual knowledge on the chat box too. You know? It's great. How would you position stop for a Tesla position entry at 185? How would I position a stop on a Tesla at 185? He asks. Dun 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 dun. I'd have it at right now I'd have it at 187 so that I wasn't losing any money and at very least got my fees back. Oh, feck's sake, eh? You know what Tesla does, right? I've spoken about this before a number of times, right? You know the Tesla logo, it's like that, right? And what it does is it does the Tesla logo move, so it does like this. It does this. You know, it does these Tesla logos, right? But if the Tesla logo it does isn't that Tesla logo, but instead is a Tesla logo like this. What? My brain, oh my brain. So if a Tesla logo it does is like that, which it isn't going to be, you know, you don't want to get taken out of this here, and your entry is like at this impulse move, and that's an impulse move. It's also where you've got a moving average cross, so price could totally come back there, Mr. Luxor. You really want it to break back above 205, at which point you could move your stop to from here to 192, 190, what? 192 or something. That's what I do, Mr. Elixir. If I was trading options, I'd have a take profit here at 205. There's a gap close at 206.49 or something, and the back gap opens at 205 or something. So that's what I'd be thinking, Mr. Luxa. Currently 187. If it pushes up and tests that resistance and comes back down, don't want to get taken out, but I could see price getting all the way back down to 182. Moving average cross and whatnot. Test it. It's 4-hour time frame. Onto daily. Onto daily. You see how you're coming up for that 205s where you also find very simple. And it's unlikely it breaks that on the first pass. If so, not by much other than to fill that gap. There's a lot of different resistance, considering there's been a cross that hasn't been tested, and that 200 is currently at 176. You know, I'd be hoping that it caught the 1 hour here at 187.70, so your stop would have to be below it. So all those numbers work out perfectly. Hi. Well, how are you so good at this? Why are you so good at this, but it's not fair. It's not fair. I was not fair, spotter. I know it's really good because I used to be someone who didn't know anything. And what I would want to know would be exactly what Luke asked there, answered that way. And to know that it was good and right and not have any anxiety. I'd be like, man, this fucking shit is going to be my life. I wish I knew that. I know for decades and decades and decades, you know, that people start working when they're 20, they're finished when they're 60. They work 40 hours a week. They work 50 weeks a year, and that's 80,000 hours. And in those 80,000 hours, I'll worry intensely when I'm trading, and that'll cost me more psychologically than the money I'm putting in the trades. And if only I could know and have conviction over my trades. And so you can have that too. Take the course, www.technicalanalysis.school. Or you can worry yourself to death and lose all your money. And then we'll all be upset again. Yeah, so you want to be trying to, you're trying to negotiate an entry for that 299 target, innit? So you never know when exactly it's going to explode, and when it does, it likely comes with an impulse move. And in the meantime, it could easily just come back and test those important breakouts and that moving average cross, and it was an impulse move in lower time frames, so there's an inflection point there. So you would want to be, and that's, $5 below. It's $5 below where you would maybe want to have a stop at the moment, because you could just get it again at 182, right? You could just get it again at 182 if that happened, in which case you're not missed out on anything. And like trying to make the most profit from this oscillation when your target is actually somewhere else. That's the hallmark of an amateur trader who's is anxious and doesn't understand that there's no rush to being rich, and that if you are doing it for 80,000 hours, will only take 10,000 to become an expert. So the objective is not to make shitloads of money, but is to not get liquidated. So you put your stop in profit, and that doesn't matter if you get taken out, because there's plenty more days, plenty more weeks, plenty more months, plenty more years. There's a chat. I'm not really saying that for Luke's benefit. He's been here for a couple of years more and knows all of these things. Isn't a greedy man at all. He's a very generous man. He's a kind, generous man. And so I want to help him even more, because these people tend to have stronger sense of their own feelings and so on. Especially people who got an inventive and dynamic personality. They tend to find things, I think, maybe I'm projecting, they tend to find things, the strength of feelings tend to be stronger there. So I'd be very, very keen to help Luke, but also what I was doing there wasn't really for Luke as much as it was for everybody else who's a little bit newer, explaining why it's a good way to do things. And that's the kind of contextual information you get from somebody who's been there and done it. And not just here and done it, where I've done it a lot recently in the last few days. Woohoo! Woo! But everywhere I go, I do it. Do it. What is that bubba bump? Where is it? Bubba bump, there it is. Oh my god, I'm getting messages because people don't know I'm live. How do you not know I'm live? It's Mr. KT. Mr. KT doesn't know I'm live. So he's messaging me and it's going blubba blump. Oh, it's a quick way to get yourself muted on my messages. That keep blubba blumping and you'll keep getting muted, sir. Saying nice things too, I'm missing the show, I missed that stream, where is it? I can't see it. But if you watch the clip, you should have been redirected to the live stream. YouTube's notification system is so shit. There's somebody there asking me where the live stream is. How did they miss the live stream? But I'm still here, live streaming. And I made a video that when that guy watched, it's supposed to redirect you to this live stream, and it didn't. Obviously. YouTube is so stupid. I mean, he would be on here watching your daft adverts, YouTube, if you doubt it, it would also help that stupid algorithm, which is what controls my goddamn destiny. You know what I mean? What more am I supposed to do, YouTube? God damn it. YouTube's pure stupid sometimes. Do you think that they pick up on people who say that? And they're like, we really don't want to be boosting people up on your own algorithm who keep constantly telling us we're stupid. But they are. I mean, we're going to pretend it's not. YouTube's amazing, by the way. YouTube's amazing, We love YouTube. It's great. Yum yum. Brilliant. Tastes great. It's delicious. YouTube is delicious. I'm in the kitchen, YouTube. 5 minutes. Get out of town. I want to see some action. Oh my god, it's brutal. Absolutely brutal. It's a bloodbath on GameStop there. Oh my god, so hard to deal with that, eh? How can we possibly withstand this psychological assault from price? Oh my god, I can hardly breathe. And then Lipson? Making everything good again. God for Lipson. Thanks, makes sense. Yo. Yeah, you're right, Bobby. Have you tasted the Snickers with like they had the Snickers with like they tried various different things with their Snickers, like one that's got loads of peanut butter in it. You know, those little mini Snicker bite-sized things. They're so much better than the Snickers. It's so much better, the peanut butter ones. Like they're right up there with nearly as good as a Mars bar. Tesla earnings July 17th. Like, so we well away there. There's a nice welcome from L. Baker Matthews to Andreas. Thank you so much for your daily inputs. Yeah, plugging in the good stuff. Plugging in the good stuff for Andreas and everybody else. Resistance at 210 on a Tesla. The resistance is at 205 or something, I said. You lunatic. Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh, it looks like a failure swing on the 1 minute. Oh my god, then it comes back down and closes the gap at 197 something. Oh my god. But then that's like holding the 200 period moving average, so if it just slowly meanders, if this thing slowly goes up to 203, 30, it'll just explode up to 205 and change. Look, GameStop, go over there, you stupid thing at the minute. You're above there at 198. Above there? Whatever I said. And then you got 205, 205. Yeah, I mean, I'd even be cautious of like 203 and change, which is where it's peaked out there already. So we'll see. See. Yes, we'll see. I mean, it has to slowly meander up to 203 instead of falling down here, in which case it'll go to 2.5, and that's resistance. That gap there, you see, 26. And it'll bounce off that, like probably, nearly definitely, 4 hour. Whereas also the gap, so it's a very real gap. I mean, that's if it even makes it, innit? Mind you, it's got a lot of what it needs there to do that. Maybe you'd be looking at this guy. It broke through that, and then, you know, third pass on that guy, if it happened right now. Yeah, it's possible. But there's this resistance, this resistance, this resistance, this support. You know, 205 to 215 is like loads of reasons why it might slow down there. You know, and each one of them eats into your probability of success so much. Could go through them all and go straight to 299, then come back. No, nothing's stopping it doing that. How does he know it's going to 209? How does he know? How does this man know that it's going to 299? How does he know? Golden pocket retracement. Ding, 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 ding. I can do this with any stock at any time. It's incredible. He's Superman. I don't know what the rest of that song goes like, but it started good. It started good, so it probably ends well. Give it that kind of green. 1980s. It's the 1980s all over again. So that's probably what happens there. Long term, and then short term, you know, This is that daily time frame. You got the 50 simple at 205, and the 200 period moving average down there at 176, and then on the 4-hour time frame you've got a moving average cross. So that'll probably be tested by price. At least one of those moving average will be tested, and the highest one's at 181, and your entry is 185, and there's an impulse move from 182. So the probabilities are that it actually comes back. Guess that. As much as it looks great at the minute, as much as we're excited about that greatness, it still does seem that way at the moment. Woohoo! Right. Ooh. Ah. Ooh, that's a bit obvious. That's a bit obvious, isn't it? Touching the very simple, having lost to 200 in an uptrend with it back at the bottom of the bearish control zone. There's the previous low is. It's in around there now. Price. There's a gap, but it's below a previous high. That's that gap that we've talked about a lot. We don't talk about it anymore, trade spotting. Coin needs to do a bit more, so it does. It definitely needs to do a bit more, or it's not great yet. So it is 170 likes, 212 people watching, 170 likes. It's okay though, I have a frappuccino. You're supposed to have straws with these things, aren't you? The way that it made its way into my mouth definitely made me think it needed a straw anyhow. Thoughts on DJT? when somebody says that stuff about DJT, I think things like, have I put the rubbish out? And like, did I leave the water heater on? Water heater here's like the boiler, it heats up the water. But it's not the water heater that like you would notice from your own boiler, your own gas boiler. It's mostly that which keeps the water in the immersion tank and keeps it warm. And I think to myself, did I turn that off? When I was at university, right, money was tight, and I had a number of jobs. Money was still really tight. And I had an immersion heater in the flat, and I worked out, because it was like the wrong immersion heater, it was for like a 4-bedroom house or something, because the people that had put it in had been idiots, just fucking idiots. And I thought to myself, well, you know, the problem with that is like, the way they work is they've got a thermostat at the top and the bottom, and they've got a heating element at both too, and you can rapidly heat your water, which will only heat the top part of it, or you can heat your water more efficiently, but it takes longer, and that uses the bottom element. And I thought to myself, well, when the top element broke, I thought to myself, well, I could fix that and replace it, or I can just work out how much it costs me to heat this entire volume of water, how long it takes it to cool down, and whether or not it's actually worth me turning off the immersion heater, ever turning it off. And I worked it out, and it was actually, would have cost me more money to turn off the immersion heater and turn it on again than it would have just to keep the water hot all the time. All the time, just to constantly keep the water hot is cheaper than heating it up again in that immersion heater, in that flat, on that electricity tariff. So I worked out at university, and then I kept my water heater on the whole time and saved money. Save money, innit? You know? And I would tell people about this, and they'd say, that can't be true. And the first few people, I was like, no, look, here's the maths. And then when they kept saying that can't be true, I was like, wow, you see, some people really know how to fucking ruin a conversation. Like, do you want to introduce this maths? Because I clearly don't want to do it again. I didn't do it for the fun of the fucking thing. I did it so that I know if I could pay less electricity. And here I am telling you the answer. And you want me to do this work for you so that you can what? Believe me. It was an entertaining story anyway. Go and do the fucking maths yourself, you pricks. That's what it felt like. You know. So if you're not getting the maths, you can go and do the maths yourselves, because those first couple of people, they ruined it for everybody. I didn't know people turned those off ever. Yeah, people turn them off. If it's a small enough one, the right size for your property. Why would you keep your water heater off anyway, cold showers? Because it costs money to keep it on, Bobby. So if you're saving money by turning it off and you're not showering 24 hours a day, then it would make sense to turn it off, because you're a poor porridge eater at university. I'll trust anyone's math over my own. There you go, Katie. You got the answer then. Just like talking to a Snickers. Yes, just like talking to a fucking Snickers. Thank you for all your constant insights and TA. Saving to join, wishing you all the best. Oryx Medical Inc. Legend. Get on the free side of Discord. Get on the free side of Discord there. You'll find loads of good folks in a similar position to yourself, all with similar goals and ambitions, helping each other. Thicker than a Snicker. That's a good one. Thicker than a Snicker. Don't know if it would be PC to have ads about stupid people. I would do it, right? I'd do it. In Spain, you could get away with it. In Spain, they've got messed up stuff. Like when I went to Spain, when I lived in Spain a while ago, a long time ago now, you'd flick on the TV and they'd had this really popular show called Aquí hay tomate, which is like, here, I've got some tomatoes. That's what it means. Here, I've got some tomatoes. Like, here. Not like, oi, I've got your attention. More, here, I have some tomatoes. And what they would do is, they would take the tomatoes and they'd go and they'd find like celebrities or famous people, anybody, like anyone who was tall, noticeable. Set the camera up in that, and then they'd throw tomatoes at them and annoy them. And I thought to myself, this is entertainment. This is like goddamn entertainment. It's a little bit post-dystopian, but it's brilliant. Brilliant, you know. So I've always had a fondness for tomatoes after that. Mine is off almost all the time except when I need it. Yeah, see, Colin, well, you want to be working out the maths there. Like, you don't want to leave it on when you're going on holiday. You know what I mean? Bobby would be out here leaving it on when he's on holiday for 2 weeks doing a safari around the Serengeti, and he'd that back in frickin' 120 degrees Fahrenheit Florida, he'd leave his immersion heater on. You know? He would. Because he's just rolling in money. You just said that you didn't save anything. No, I didn't, Bobby. Are you deaf or something? Bobby, you must be deaf, because that's like literally the opposite of the entire point of the story, was that you wouldn't save anything by turning it off. Therefore, by keeping it on, right, that would mean that you're paying less. I.e., it costs more to turn it off. So you would save something by keeping it on. You want to go? Where? The Serengeti? Yeah, fucking right I do. But you're going to have to turn off your water heater, mate. And then you can afford to take me with you. Shower together. Yeah, you can do that, yeah. You can do that, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of that, to be honest. Somebody's usually a little bit cold, unless you've got like a double shower or a double shower unit, like the cabinet is big, which is alright in those ones, but otherwise it's like, Goni, no. Goni, just don't, you know, go like, you know, I know you love me and everything, but can you not bother? Unless you've got a tiny shower. That's the excuse the teens give anyway. You don't want to be listening to them. They just smoke vapes and talk shit all the time. Teenagers don't know what they're doing or talking about. Could you peek at Lucy? They did a reverse split and have been a running. Those shower heads are really huge. But the bigger the shower head, the more likely you put up with that scenario. Otherwise, it's like, go away. I've got work to do. I don't want to be in the shower for ages. It like induces conversations you super can't be bothered with. Like, oh, no, and oh, we're showering together, and all that crap. I've been in this girl where I'm like, I gotta get out, you're wasting too much water. Hi, and you take it personally as well. You know, everyone's the same as me. Like, unless I'm madly in love with somebody and want their boobies and all the rest of it, then I don't even like waking up next to them. Like, I really don't. It's like, oh god. And then they want to talk to you and stuff, and like you're like, I've got shit to do. Like, I wouldn't wake up and sit in bed. That's weird. I think it's super, super weird. Like, you roll over and you're awake, then get out of bed. What are you doing? You know, you'll be dead soon. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, some people think you're just going to sit there and have a fucking conversation. And, like, the conversations are nearly always extremely pointless, which emphasizes the whole ridiculous nature of it. And then you're like, can you get out of bed? This is really annoying. They're like, oh, you don't love me. And you're like, fuck, maybe. Don't know. Shit. So what you really avoid that by just yourself getting up, getting in the shower, and then making it dead fast so they don't join you, and then you're like, sorry, I've got to leave. No, bye. The show is more unhinged today. I love it. It's not. It's just not really. I mean, it seems like that, but it's not really. It's not really. It's kind of like this. I mean, GME was like less than $20 for, 10 or 11, 12 months or something. You know. Lipson 696. That's a nice number. GameStop 2565. I just finally have some time. D-Ball Lannings, great to see it. Always have been, Colin. I love Jamie taking things. Thanks, Robert. I love it too. That was a good time. 6669. J. Moss Bernie with a strong comment there. Lips into the moon. Strong comment in chat box. Trishpon, what do you think about GME performance today? Are you still anticipating big moves today to $30? Well, the problem, right? The problem, the good thing, yeah. Just this here. Just this to give the full answer to everyone watching, though. I know yourself you're asking because we talked about it yesterday, right? But just to give the full answer to folks, has this changed? 0.37. It's got even more bullish, right? Hasn't it? That's updated. It's even more bullish. So there's a strong bullish sentiment on the option chain. That $30 target, it's very dangerous to the short position. There's not that much short out here apart from this at 20. That's not happening, right? That's like not happening. So anytime it drops down, these people are incentivized to close. That'll lead to buying pressure. Closing out the short side open interest, leaving just a big risk, right? And it's very difficult to look for downside targets in this thing if you're trying to like roll those contracts. Where are you going? Like next week, where are you going? Like if you are rolling them for a week, right? The short side I'm talking here, still terrible in at around 2023, and $30. Like this, what you're going to just roll it up to 30? You know, it's like give up basically at that stage. Like the short side of the option trains. Fuck, just look at this. This is the big screwed one here. Like that's ridiculous. They got 6.8 million shares for $10. Like this is probably hedging. And then it closes out there in 3 weeks. So 2 weeks from today actually. So the short side of the trade is sort of in no man's land, and any pressure on that side of things is bullish. You know, it's bullish pressure. So they just have to get out, right? They're gonna have to get out. A lot of it's hedging. So, you know, prices pushing towards these targets, leaving those ones in the dust. You would see some of this close down today, obviously, right? Most option contracts are terminated, they're not exercised. Shut up. Beeping at tourists. For a start, it's just going to annoy you as much as the tourists, and they're going to fuck off in a couple of days, and you're going to be left driving around Edinburgh upset about things, dumbasses. Right, so I think they should make, you know how the cars can basically drive themselves now? I think they should make it so that the horns are like automatic. You know, human beings don't know when to use a horn. They honestly don't have no fucking idea when to use a horn. It's like a tool for people who've got road rage, or a big sign walk around saying I'm an obnoxious dumbass, or it's somebody like who should be driving on different streets that haven't got tourists walking in front of the road all the time. Also, there's a on this street there's a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, right? Which means that by the time you hit something, you know, both you and that thing, even if it's a fucking lamppost, should be well aware of what's coming, right? You're not traveling at that fast that you can't do something about it. So if you're beeping, it's probably your own fault. Like, and also I have to hear it, and it distracts me from what I'm talking about. What a total dickhead, right? So, if I had a horn right now, I'd throw it at that guy, right? So GameStop, right? There's $30 there. Is this even this week? Right? This not is 30 this week. So it's bullish sentiment on options chain, and then so far today you've seen prices put in a higher high on this 1 minute, up there at 26.07. So that's positive. Most of the action here. Oh, look, there it is. Midday. An hour or something. So this is positive moves. Does it make it all the way to 30 by the end of the day? Well, it has to make it to 27.44. That's the target, right? That's the target. And an epic close, which is what I'm hoping for, would see it up testing this downward sloping resistance, right, which is back above 30, 32, 31, 70, possibly, right, if it was to have happened already. And so like towards the end of the day it gets lower, you know, so say it was like somewhere around here, 31.50, and then you look left and you can see like the horizontal resistance here is at $30 spot 50, these peaks. And so the target is 27.44, and if it does well there, which is like You know, people in the chat box just want to know about their option contracts and how they can make money, and you know, they pretend that they're not like taking the fucking piss coming along here asking about contracts, never joining the course, never joining the Discord, thinking that it's some sort of fucking, oh, let's all jump into the TraceBot and charity shop and we'll all get like given money for nothing, like those teenagers that I was slagging off earlier. And so people then diminish the amazing ability I have to call price action is moving to 27.47 from down here, right? Or the calls on these calls on this trade here, which was like an amazing trade setup. Where is that? Why have I gone to one fucking chart? Not yourself, mate. I do use everybody's comments to make other comments. You know, people will be dismissing this amazing trade here, right? With the entry 23 and change. Never mind, like loads of people got it from a tenner, and so yeah, if it goes to 30, that's all well and good. But you're talking about this channel and moving to the top side of it, which is 27.44, which might happen, you know, in an hour, and then you break that, then you're looking at 30. You know. That's what I think. Matt Sklar, welcome a fiend. Welcome, Mr. Matt. Well, hey. Alrighty. Everybody welcome Matt. Luke already did. What are my thoughts around short interest? Well, this is improved. More in the lit markets. Short interest at last report 14.28%. In combination with the days to cover, short interest, I mean, it's dangerous, right? It's not out of the ordinary for GameStop, but it's dangerous. So you see here, right? This is like relevant. This is relevant because there's less shares, right? So the acute problem gets more and more dangerous. In a short squeeze, prices rise. That is the squeeze. So the fact that they could both be, you know, 200 million and the 10 million, this thing could be a 20th of the price, right? And so you would think to yourself, well, does it really make any difference? It's the same total value between those 10 million unshorted and those 20 million, 200 million unshorted, same total capital value. But the nature of a squeeze is that there's less and less and less, and so it's an exponential issue, right? And so the less shares there are, which would happen quicker in 10 million to the 200 million, means that the velocity, intensity of the move would be bigger, and it's that price that moves price. You know, it's price that squeezes price, right? Not your roaring kitty, not you, not me. It's a combination of different people, sure, but at which point, that's a huge nebulous collection of who the hell fucking knows, in which case, you're really just talking nonsense, like a fanny. Whereas if you were talking about price squeezing price, then that would make sense. So they've updated their score. Now they say we have updated it, but there it is there. It's like they did it on June the 8th 2022, so they're keeping this here not because they've updated anything and people need to know, because everybody, like, why would they tell you this here in a notification like that? It's like, here's an update for you, which would assume you had some previous expectations. And if you know, and they would want you to know, readily be aware of these changes, because you visit every day, which is stupid because they did it on June the 8th 2022, so that's more than 2 years ago. So so this here, right, is actually marketing, right? So Fintel, Financial Intelligence, which is a collection of brokers who set up this thing. so that they could have somebody to regulate them, which was just themselves, is actually fucking another part of the whole scam. And like, there's a hint at it that their ideas and objectives are actually marketing as opposed to, you know, and then there's a subscription required. Like, where does that money go, right? Does that money go to help homeless children or something? Where does this money go? What's their objective to raising the money? Like, why do they need money to fund their website? What's going on? Short share availability has been updated. There's another 500,000 shares available to short, more or less. Borrow, pardon me. Which you would be borrowing to short, but like, get the sentences right. I would slag you guys off for getting it wrong, so I'll go slag myself off too. Take what, you stupid idiot. So I mean, as you can see, it's been that before. It's not like completely crazy. There was an awful lot less, 500,000 less. Mere hours ago. So, what was the question? Short interest. What is it? That's what it is. What do I think of it? It's not actually. It's par for the course for GameStop. That's not to say like that it's not important. I mean, it's dangerous, right? That's dangerous. Anything over 10 is dangerous, and if your days to cover are less than 3, and your short interest is more than 10, that's like the first thing I'd look to. After that, I'd look at all the other stuff I just looked at. How does he do how does he know everything? He knows everything. It's not fair. What else is the chat saying? Something interesting things. Let me hear it. What is it? Homeless children should just buy homes. I know, right? What is this? It's a free country, right? Go buy a home. Silly homeless children. Go buy a home. Tracepoint, I appreciate the synopsis, mate. Yo, Money Miles. I full and well plan to take the course, planning in September at the moment. Need some personal things to pan out so I can fully commit my time. That's cool. There is a schedule to the course and you can take your time at it. But it makes sense to want to, you know, dedicate a lot of time, intense focus on it. The thing with it is that there's lessons are delivered every day, and there's drills and homework and the social group aspect to certain things there. So there's advantages to taking it when other people are taking it, and recently people have signed up to take it. So you'd be on the same cohort as them, and you would benefit from that joint participation if you were taking the course now. That would be a benefit, I would say. And blah 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 and blah blah blah, and then I would end by saying, but you know, never compromise yourself to do these things. That's not the way traders behave or act, and it's one of the things you get taught in the course, and you know, start as you mean to continue and whatnot. Also, glad to have you on there when you do, and looking forward to it. September is my birthday. Woo! KH from Discord here. AKH. KH here. Shortened in Discord because we know each other now. So it's popping in to say hi and can't wait to take the course and get our indicator after my LPSN shares take off. See, I never I used to think like, yeah, that's amazing, that's great, loads of people are going to do that, and then GameStop went to like, you know, $80 and then $60, and the tens of thousands of times I'd heard that I'm going to take the course, I'm going to indicator, and like, you know, people say all sorts of shit, so I mean, I'll believe it when I see it, but in the meantime, I appreciate your contributions, and I of course remember you on Discord. Just yesterday I was reading your messages. It was like yesterday, because it was. Boom. So what I mean to say is there, not that I don't believe you, which is really neither here nor there. It's more, a lot of people would be like, I'm going to do this, and then in the meantime they'd be like asking me a question every day as if they were eager to learn about everything, you know, and then when I turn around and say like, so this now is the time you said you take the course, you just made, you know, fucking 20 grand on Disney, and then they're like disappear and don't talk anymore, and that annoys me more than if they just not said it in the first instance. So, you know, what with me being a trader, and I trade reality, not potential. They can have cake once they bought the homes. I don't know, like, are they going to buy the cake? If so, then they can have a cake. But I'm not just giving the homeless kids cakes. You know what I mean? Why would they be homeless, right? Just because they're lazy. Like, they're as capable of getting a job in the cheese sandwich factory as you are. Come on, FOMO by the course. Come on, FOMO. That's why I'm popping in, so you remember me. I remember you, AKH. I remember you, KH, AKH, AKA H. Shut up, Tracepoint. Small steps I added in my flatmate into the Discord channel. Good decision. It's good to have that, you know, somebody in real life to be, you know, in a positive competition there, you know. Doesn't matter who's better, but like no one wants to be worse. And typically, if you're in competition with me and I was in competition with you, like we are with Rocky, if somebody gets better at something, you know, you're eager to get that person as good as you are at it. So you help them and they help you, and together you get better and better. So that's a really good tip there. Who did that? Who said that? It was yourself, AKH. Yeah, that's a good tip, you know. It's really good. Especially, like, I know, like, I've told this story a few times, right? But I was getting expelled from every school, and, like, no school wanted me. And the way it works is you go, the stupider and stupider the school will take you, because everyone who's stupid ends up in the shit schools. So, but that's because everything was so easy, like, that it wasn't worth doing. Like, in primary school, they sent me to get tested because they thought I was deaf, because I just didn't listen. Now, it wasn't that I didn't want to listen, but God, I did not want to listen. It wasn't what it was. It was just that, you know, you're thinking in your head and that, right? And it takes more than just a loud noise to get you to stop thinking in your head. So, you know, nothing, right? Nothing, blah, 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 blah. And then I went to this school, which was like, they chuck everyone out every year because they need to get the best exam results they can. And they didn't want me joining in the first place. So I was like thinking well, this will be tough, right? And so I tried. And then did really amazing. And that's all you really need, right? Is a competitive environment, and then you do much better. And that's why people are like, oh, it's so egotistical and that. It's like, well, yeah, because I'm good at it. I'm good at stuff. Oh, but it's all about a great thing. Yeah, I know I am. I'm not saying anyone else here. I'm not saying in relation to other people and everyone's stupid. That's not how I make myself seem intelligent, by telling other people they're stupid. That's not intelligent. That is stupid. What I do is I point out that I'm very smart often, and you know, I don't say I'm smart because I can do the TA. I teach it in a way that's so that, you know, it's accessible to everybody. Trading, you know, accessible to everybody. You know, you so for example, like, you might think to yourself, like, I have 4 children, and no, I don't, right? But this could be hypothetical. Someone would be saying, I've got 4 kids, and you know, the middle one is really smart, and you know, he could do anything. He could be a trader, a doctor, whatever, a lawyer, or whatever. And then, but I don't know about, like, whatever, the other 3. The truth is, like, all 4 of them could be traders. They just have to have their own style and personality and be good at managing risk. And good at managing risk doesn't mean you have to be intelligent. You have to follow simple rules. And, like, that one that's good will be capable of keeping the other 3 going, eh? So none of your kids need to work in the cheese sandwich factory or be a doctor or a lawyer, right? Which is horrible. Doctors, they have to look at all horrible stuff all the time. And lawyers, they're constantly arguing people. So you could just be like a trader, and they could be traders, and then they could all be much more better off in life and work much happier and less. So isn't that great news for your kids? I know all about doctors and lawyers getting into the market. Yes, I know a lot of doctors and lawyers. There's a lot of doctors and lawyers here. Once we had a conversation, it was only a few months ago there, and somebody was like, we were talking about jobs, somebody was like, I'm a psychiatrist, and someone was like, oh, I'm a psychiatrist, and there was like 4 or 5 people watching in a show, had like 120 people watching, and there was like 4 or 5 of them were psychiatrists. So I'm not sure if they were watching because they were doing some weird study on me. This guy's bonkers. Let's do a case study on this guy. But that's a joke, but they were, and these are traders. If you don't work in the cheese sandwich factory, you don't get the free cheese sandwich benefits. True, but you know you can visit the cheese sandwich factory and they'll be like, especially if you're like, you know, you can maybe get a tour of the cheese sandwich factory and that, some of them, and then they'll just give you free shit at the end from the cheese sandwich factory. Also, what sort of amazing things are you going to get for free at the cheese sandwich factory? Let's be honest. Like, it'd probably take you half an hour to get there and back, right? In which case, that's an hour of work, and an hour of work is worth way more than a cheese sandwich. Better off FOMOing into the course than any stock. Betting on yourself and your own education is worth a lot more than any stock can pay you. Holy shit, that's a brilliant message. Who said that? Who said that? That's a brilliant message. Karen M, what is the daily time commitment? Well, the videos in that are like, some of them are an hour, a couple of hours, 3 hours, something like that, maybe even longer. And then the drills, like, they take a while to get used to, you know, it could be a lot longer than that. And then all the reading around it and that. And then the education stuff at the weekends with the classes and so on. And then the homework. Like, you don't like, a lot of people fly through it because that's all they're doing, right? They whether or not they've got kids and wives and jobs and whatnot, like at that moment in time, all they're doing is the course. It's the course. It's the course. It's the course, and they go through it. They go through it really quickly. And a lot of the parts to the course are about letting certain ideas distill in your mind, because there are connections between things that, by you establishing those connections in that peaceful period in your mind, you will be developing the thought patterns that are necessary to become a better trader. So we don't want people, Rocky and I don't want people to go through it as fast as they possibly can. Like, you might be, if it was a race, you know, and we're all at the finish line, like, who's going to win? It isn't like that at all. It's not that at all, right? If anything, people who run across the finish line really quickly, we think to ourselves, you see, the ingredient of time there that changes the entire flavor of the meal is not, it's not happening, right? It might be perfectly cooked, but it's missing that extra ingredients where everything comes together. And so we don't actually want people to fly through it. So what we do is we deliver things on a schedule, like at school, right? Like at school or university, that's the way it is. Like, you could go your lecturer and be like, I want more information. He'd be very enthused, but if you just kept doing that and you didn't pick up on anything important other than the obvious explicit stuff, you know, he would recognize, she would recognize. It's the same there. So we give you a schedule, and you can't go any faster than a certain amount, but you can take as much time as you want to do it. Take time. There's a problem with taking lots of time over it is, like, eventually other shit comes up in your life that interrupts you or distracts you. You know, various people have got different amounts of staying power or the ability to focus on anything, and people forget, you know, or they get carried away with what they've just learned and they want to just start. Now I'm just going to go start trading now because this is surely enough. I've got it. I know the answers, and then they have to learn the later lessons of the course by paying money, by losing it in the markets, which you shouldn't do. And then the last section is about risk management, and it's, you know, a lot of people do that section, and then they're like, wow, I need to go back because this stuff's changed my perspective. I have to go back. And then when you learn everything else again, or you go over everything else again, you'll often miss things like, why is that word here and this word here? And you'll think like, that also means this. I see what they did there, and you'll see a lot of that. And it's second pass through, a lot of people say it's like, you learn stuff that you might have on the first course thought, like on the first go through, it's like, wow, I wonder if there was another course, what would they talk about? And then you go through the second time, you're like, shit, they did talk about all of that. It's all there. So the risk management section's at the end. We could have put it at the front because a lot of people would say, like, this is the most important bit and all the rest of it. But, like, we won't understand why you're doing things. So what's the point in that? You know. Anyway, it's the way it is for a reason. So That's why that is. But Karen asks, how long do you have to spend each day? There's no maximum, right? There's no minimum, pardon me, or maximum on how much time you need to spend each day, because you can take each lesson as it comes. You can take the time to do it. Some of them are longer than others. Some of them involve more work than others. And then you get given homework at the end of big sections, and ideally you would do that before moving on, and you'd have it checked with everybody else on the Discord who's in the course too. That's why being in a cohort helps, because there's other people doing the same homework at the same time on different stocks, and that which makes it even more better for you, because you've recently had the data and what to do, and then you've done your own compilation of stuff and analysis, and somebody else has come along and they've done it on Tesla, and you've done it on Monster, or you've done it on SPY, and they've done it on Bitcoin, or whatever it is. And then there's like that aspect of interacting. There's so many, there's loads of ways to make it so that you're working all the time, but so there's no real maximum or minimum. Better off, there it is, it's from Jake. Better off FOMO into the course than any stock. Betting on yourself and your own education is worth a lot more money than any stock can pay you. What a bloody brilliant message, isn't it? I'm also about to start direct meetings on the course for graduates to help build consistency within our trading. We'll be doing more than Sunday meetings. Boom, bloody hell. Bloody hell, guys. You are very, very lucky. Bloody hell, guys. What's the bubble blunks now? Stop blubber blunking me. Coco, what do you want? Four meetings a week. 4 meetings a week for course participants from Jake. Jake, consistent trader. Very, very good teacher. And he has the right attitude and mentality, I think, to be in trading. In trading, especially. He fully accepts responsibility. He's got a very strong leadership style, and his own, I don't know if his character, his family background, or his experience in life, all of which though would have contributed to a real focus on the objective, like what's the MO, and we're not going to compromise the mission objective with any of our other behaviors or actions, and that's incredibly important as a trader. I mean, it's like one of the main tenets. So he's naturally brilliant at that, so that's why we're really lucky to have Jake as one of the main teachers there on the course, one of the main trusted confidants in the Discord. Total legend. Also, he's a total warrior, so it's amazing to have that kind of person there, and Jake offering that ability to people to like have some one-on-one coaching of specific things they need to learn for people on the course, because he's taken the course and believes in what we're doing so much that he's willing to sacrifice his time to invest in other people who make a similar decision so that we can be an even better team. Sheesh, what other courses have that? Like, none of them have that. Very lucky. Took a little break to spend time with family. Back to the grindstone next week. Eh? Good man, Jake. Cheshire Court. I've been watching you for years. I want my son to join when he starts his business degree. I think he'd get it and be motivated. I took 5 months working out Shopify. Yeah, fucking Shopify. Why did they try to make it for nerds? Why is it not just simple drag and drop obviousness? Like, they leave a huge gap in the market for crappy companies that charge too much because Shopify is not drag and drop enough. Plus, AI is a thing now, and it's like, Shopify, why are you so annoying? Like, I think it's because there's something about people who love drop shipping. They love the faff. Like, they think it's a whole big strategy game, including the setting up your Shopify crap. Like, the people who want your products, they either want your products or they don't. Like, they don't need all your stupid shit Spotify or Shopify, all your stupid features and all your fun tweaking stuff. All the nonsense that comes with it. Eh? I also think Shopify's subscription fees are far too expensive. Yay, Cheshire Cat. That's good to see your son's doing a business degree. That's interesting. That's a good idea, you know, getting into it when you're at university. And then 3-4 years later, depending on the degree, of course, you'll, or 5, whatever, you'll be able to actually compare what it would be like to be a trader as opposed to working for someone. Which is horrible. Working for people is horrible. It has to be like a collective and you're like important and like working for some boss and that. A few years back, I was friends with this girl. Instead of taking the course, she tried to get me to give her my login while losing more than $10,000 trading crypto. It was sad. Some people are their own bane. Yes, they are, eh? They are, eh? Good man, Merrick. You total legend. Merrick, you're a fucking legend, eh? Now what she do? Now what she do? I was about to make a joke there, I won't. Unfortunately, Merrick, but it's pretty normal. People don't want to bet on themselves because they don't trust or know themselves. And they don't want that personal responsibility. It's far easier to blame some outside source for our failures. Isn't it just? I think it's part of the human condition, you know. We're all pissed off about the fact that you're going to die cold and lonely and on your own. Probably in pain. Regretting shitloads of stuff. With loads of things you wanted to say left unsaid. That only take clarity in your mind at the moment when it's too late. And that's going to happen to everyone. And everyone you love. And you better get over it. Because if you don't, you'll constantly be turning around blaming other people for shit. And beeping at tourists for crossing the road. And other stupid ass shit, and you come across as a total dumbass and people won't like you, and then you'll die, and just before you die you realise that attitude was stupid too, and that'll be another regret. It'll be horrible, and your soul will die a twisted, tortured consciousness, which probably isn't great after death either. So really, I mean, you can die like that, or you can take the course, essentially. That's the advert. I did fishing gear drop shipping, made a bomb, but that was 20 years ago. Yeah, MacTavish. Nice name, MacTavish. That's the problem, is that there are no fish anymore. We've won the war against the fish, and now there's only 5 or 6 of them left, and they're in the middle of the ocean, and nobody can get there. Or we'd have those 5 or 6 dead as well. Great, now I'm depressed. Hope someone enjoyed the fishing equipment. Fishing to make a comeback, eh? Fish are like the birds. It's a true story. They're just like the birds. Only they're underwater and they breathe water and they've got gills. And they're good for your brain. Whereas birds, they generally fly, breathe air, and squawk shit at you all the time, do your head in. But you're right, they're all fake. They aren't real. The Jimmer knows the chat. Is fishing out of style? Didn't notice. It's in style, it's just there's no fish. Nobody does fish for the fishing anyway, you know. They do the fishing to get away from their wives or their husbands, but very much more likely their wives. You know why that is, right? Because women are more annoying than men. Jokes, because it's men that do these things together, fishing, where you can sit next to someone and you don't have to talk because you'll scare away the fish. And men prefer that type of activity. Whereas women, they like to sit with wine and eat olives and like eat little plates of lunch and talk shit about each other that aren't there. Sorry, pardon me. I don't mean any of that, it's just jokes. Hey, we're gonna break out of the one wedge today, next week? You think you could go fishing without talking for 2 hours? Me, obviously. This is work. I'm talking here as work. Gather your thoughts on the boat or the dock with a beer or something. Yeah, gather your thoughts. Or like, don't fucking bother gathering your thoughts. Like, chase them away so you're not thinking anything. Even better. Your thoughts can like, go away and fuck off somewhere. And leave you alone. Stop doing your head in for a minute. That's also good. Or you can gather them. I mean, you can gather them all up and put them in a bag and then chuck them away, fucking, you know. I like wine and no talking. Well, you can take wine fishing. I mean, you would typically have some beers, right? You're not gonna go fishing without any beers. That'd be weird. Anyone saw you, they'd report you. You know how people, you see them on YouTube, like people come like, do you live here? Do you live here? And they're fishing in some lake, and they do live there. And they're like, you don't live here, you're gonna phone the cops on you. That wouldn't happen if the person fishing had some beers, because then it would be like, sound. No bother, that's normal. Nothing to see here. The guy's drinking beers. But if you're standing there fishing and you've not got any beers, people are like, well, they're either robbing the fish, they're definitely a weirdo, and like the whole picture is so incongruous that they'll call the cops. That's what happens. They'll take your fish license if you don't have beers. Oh my god, you need a fish license. You need a fishing license. I suppose you do in certain places, yeah. You'll need a fishing license in certain rivers and that, and like a pass, like an access pass to the fish fun fair. I have my pass. I have my ticket, sir. I have my fish pass. Have you got your fish pass? Sorry, can I see your fish license? It's like a driving license, but it's for fishing. But still, you don't want anything bad happening with the fishing experience. No need to talk much because you scare the fish. Yeah, it doesn't really scare the fish, but nobody wants you to talk, so that's what you say to each other. Like in case one of you has a lapse and starts talking, then you can say, shut up, you're scaring the fish. It's like, you have to give money to the governments for everything. Well, they're hardly going to work for free, are they, baking pancakes? What do you think they are, trade spotters? They're not going to work for free. It's the government. So really important. You failed the fishing theory test. Yeah, it's the hazard test. You probably failed there because you talked. In states, you need a fishing license for any public waters, none needed on private land. Well, that's totally the wrong way around. Somebody should write to them and say, look guys, you've got it completely the wrong way around. This is my country. You're just the administrators. I own the fucking fish. Except, and of course, if it's on someone's land that backs onto a river or owns all the river. In Scotland, the way it is, if you own the land and you own half the river, like, not in a section, half of it here. Yeah, it should be the other way around. That's stupid. Public ones, that should be, you don't need a license. The ones that private ones, you should need your pass to the Fish Fun Fair. Hi Jamie, Formula 1 ticket for a free 1-to-1 course, Silverstone with music concert, lol. McTavish! Diddle-a-did-did-did. How much is a Formula 1 ticket? It's probably not as much, mate. Also, where is the seats at? And does it include the grid walk? If it's got grid walk, yeah. If it's got a grid walk, yeah, cool. But you'll also have to get one for Jake, and one for Lucas, and one for Rocky. Because I couldn't leave them out. And it has to be a grid walk. And we'll probably get barred, so you'll have to take the reputational hit as well. Maybe, sounds good. Hook me up. Formula 1 tickets is a fortune. Tickets says. Everyone finished reading the playbook? You've got to finish reading the playbook or I'll be so annoyed with you. You better not be going to fancy pantsy Formula 1 races without reading the playbook. Formula 1's brilliant. I love Formula 1. Except, and of course recently, when it's always one of the same couple of dudes winning and there's not enough variability. There's not enough that could go wrong without it being like also someone maybe died, which I don't like watching. I would rather they didn't nearly die. A walk is good too. You do not have to fish if you don't want to. $600 seems way too cheap. It seems way too cheap. What a freaking bargain. A walk is good too, especially a grid walk. And you don't have to fish on that either. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of smacking the fish on the big bit of wood so they're dead. I'd rather the fish I ate was caught by somebody else, murdered by somebody else, cleaned and gutted by somebody else, and then I'll cook it. That's what I'd rather. The whole fishing and then pulling the hook out, I also think like, that's not cool. You know, I do it, sometimes it catches, and I'm like, well, I mean, I'm putting it back and all, but it's not going to be happy for the next wee while. I feel bad about that too. There was a lot of people who used to tell me that fish don't feel pain, or the pain that they do feel is of a different experience to us. And then Edinburgh University put a report out a year after I graduated, which I tried not to read but couldn't avoid reading, about how much pain actually fish feel, and it's way more than human beings for the equivalent damage you do to them. And then I was like, well, I'm not reading any more of this. And then the alumni thing, you know, they got these magazines, it arrives in your door, and that was like the headline, and like you skip through it in the bathroom because that's where you keep that crap. And again, it just told me all about the pain that fish were in, and I just, that was tragic. Chart baits, but it's not going to stop me drinking some beer and go fishing for a bit, right? Come on, Jesus, we all let our hair down, right? Can't be worried about it. Come on, a fish. Chart basics from a newbie. You speak a lot about velocity. What is the most reliable indications of sustained velocity or momentum? Love the saga. Carl Davidson. So there's two different concepts, velocity and momentum. Momentum you would measure by the rate of change, and you would compare it to the velocity of price. I'm not sure what you mean by you speak a lot about velocity. Thank you very much for that donation, Carl Davidson. I appreciate that. I don't know what you mean when you say you speak a lot about velocity, because a lot I take to be a relative term, and then I think in my head about how often I compare it to how often I talk about other things like trend, and I think, well, I don't talk about it as much as I talk about trend. So I'm not sure what you mean when you say a lot, but I think you mean that velocity is important, but it's not important. It's not a term that speaks to specific artifacts about price. I speak a lot about volatility, is perhaps what you mean, and I would speak about volatility far more often than velocity. And I define it too, and eventually the world will define it the same way as the dispersal of prices over a range, right? So the shorter the range, the greater the shorter the range in time, the greater the range in price. That's increased volatility. Suppose I'll have to shut up properly now. I'm having a serious conversation. So, the question then, if we're talking about volatility, which again is completely separate from momentum, what are the most reliable indications? Well, indications then, I mean, I'm sorry to be so pernickety, but the word indications will get confusing because obviously indicators, you know, we use indicators to measure these things. Velocity, momentum, trend. So when you're specifically asking, which you didn't in words, but I'm going to change all your words, you speak a lot about volatility. What are reliable signs that volatility will continue? And in that answer, you know, that answer kind of is in your question. Like, the most likely sign that volatility will continue is momentum. So that all has to be placed in the context of price, though, Carl. Has to be placed in the context of price. So what's price doing, and the power behind the price, and does that support the direction of price, and is the volatility topside volatility or downside volatility, and how does that match up with the direction of price, and what about the power behind the price, and how strong is it? And so If something will continue, it's probably strong. If it's weak, it probably won't. Increased volatility doesn't mean increased strength of volatility. It means increased volatility. The strength of it is measured in other ways, and partly you would measure it through momentum. And that's a complicated answer, really. Sounds complicated. It's really quite simple if you understand all these terms. But velocity, that speaks to the speed of price moving, which could be in one direction. So wouldn't necessarily be a holistic, you couldn't encompass it in a description. Velocity can't be encompassed in a description of volatility, because volatility can go up and down, and that would be more volatile than just going up. Right, and if price was going up just a little bit less than another stock, but every oscillation it got higher, the primary case went down lots and came back up again, and they both went up, and it first came down and went up again. The one that was going up and down would be way more volatile than the one that was just going up. So velocity and volatility aren't the same thing. So I hope that's of some help. Carl, first super chat. Thank you very much, Carl. Appreciate it, mate. Appreciate that, mate. From Canada, another Canadian too. Cheers. F1 did a contract with Las Vegas for next 10 years. He spent 90 million to set up the town and had only one race. 90 million for a whole town isn't that bad. But Formula One stuff's very much vanity projects, isn't it? Like, you see what happened in Spain with the Valencia, with their Grand Prix. Burnt toast isn't always bad. You can always scrape off the charcoal. Yeah, but yeah, it's awful, innit? It goes everywhere. It's like some sort of, it's like living on the ISS. It's like somehow dust gets everywhere from scraping it off the toast, and you can still taste it because the smell's gone through the bread. And also, you cover your shit in this. You cover your knife, you cover your bin, you cover your everything gets covered in the crap. And also, it's really bad for you to eat that carcinogenic, burnt, carbonized toast. So, yeah, but I know what it's like. I've only got one slice left. I've only got 2 slices left, and I want my toast and marmalade. And I've gone and burnt it again because I'm a dum-dum. I know that pain. It's awful. It's so awful. Isn't there a Las Vegas next year as well? Isn't there a Las Vegas race next year? I'd be interested. Why wouldn't there be? What happened there? Someone has to teach the fish about free candy. Burnt toast is depressed again. 25, spot 90, live person 6415. Just like one person doing this. It's like one panic merchant doing some of this here. Like, why are you doing that? It came. Yeah, big chickens. GameStop. It really, really, really loves that yellow line. Look, that yellow line isn't for you, GameStop. It's for the chat box. GameStop's super greedy. Hiccups. I used to run this magazine, right? It was our magazine. Anyway, long story short, we would have these little tidbits in it, and one of them was how to cure hiccups. It was in the section. Well, it was like there was always a little tip there, but it was in a story called "Boozing with the Birds," where we would go around all the early morning bars in Edinburgh, because there's a certain type of alcohol license that you can get, like a postie license, right? Because the postmen would always be up working dead early, and like of course they can't be expected to do that job without any booze, so they've got bars that are like postmen bars, but that was what they were ostensibly were back in the day. But now it's just the alcohol license applies for those. This is the reason why they say that you're allowed to open your bar at 4 o'clock in the morning. And they're a really good place to go to when the nightclub closes at 3 o'clock in the morning. It's to go to one of these places, depending on what you've been doing at the nightclub. And so that's what a lot of people used to go to. And so we'd write this article, it's called Boozing with the Birds. And in it, we would always ask people for like one tip that was like that. How do you do whatever? Like one tip to help people who've got a hangover, or one tip to help someone who's got like, you know, because people in these places, when you interview them at 6 o'clock in the morning and they're absolutely off their face, they give you really, really strange comments. And we found out it was a good question to ask. You know, it got really good responses. So we would ask that, and one guy was like, I know how to cure hiccups. So we wrote about it, and we tested it out, and it seemed to work pretty good. And it's, for me, it's got 100% success record. And then yesterday on the BBC, so yesterday, the day before, I read this article, and it was like scientists have definitively proved how to cure hiccups. And I was like, scientists, mate. I had a guy absolutely off his tits at 6 o'clock in the morning who could hardly put a sentence together, who told me how to cure it this way years ago. So BBC, you're like 17 years late, mate. You're 17 years late, and this is what it is with news. Same with all news, right? Trace Spotting, he's got all the moves ahead of the news, whether it be hiccups or price, or hiccups in price. Eh? So how is what about that, eh? People probably want me to do some work again, don't you? I know you're going to start asking me to do work. I know you are. Did you enjoy the peri peri chicken yesterday, Tracebond? L. Baker Matthews, I really, really enjoyed it, and I have more to eat today too. I've tried it on everything, you know, big legs, small chicken legs, drumsticks, chicken wings, and chicken thighs, and it's best on the thighs. Man, those chicken thighs. It's the same chickens need their thighs so much, so you could just take them and let them keep running around. People used to say that, Jimmer. People still say if you think you can smell burnt toast when there isn't any toast burning, people still say that you are is a sign of something that's wrong, possibly a stroke. Still say that. It's a very good sign. There's also Fang. New events have been created for the school just now. See everyone at the upcoming meetings. Book club meetings take precedent over the course meetings for anything that overlaps. Kick in the bollocks column. That's one cure. That's one cure. Get yourself scheduled on those events on the Discord. You see the way you do it is you go to the menu on the left, scroll to the top, there's an events tab. You click that, it opens up and it shows you a list of all the upcoming events on the Discord. There's like loads of different events. There's party stuff, there's the book club stuff, there's the Sunday lecture things, there's often one-to-one things, there's tutorials on things. There might be like unofficial shareholder meetings on things like we did LPSN, we did GameStop, these sort of things. So these sort of things, and they'll be scheduled there, and often they're like in the video and voice chat, so you're all got your cameras and microphones on if you want. It's optional obviously, but the more you participate the better you'll learn. Is especially with like the social aspects to learning some things. So you're all encouraged to do that. Jake sent it up for you, it's very good. Black and prime rib is good, otherwise we're not a fan of burnt food. Acrylamide probably won't hurt animals our size. What? National Cancer Institute experts say that while it is considered safe to eat burnt food, with so much research still unknown around the topic, it is best to consume it in moderation. Well, they should fucking stop saying that because it is bad for you, and there's plenty of science that's already proved it. And these things are stupid. These things are stupid. It's like they're trying to protect the bread industry or something. Like, don't eat it. It's obviously not good for you, right? Obviously not. They've already proved that the burnt carbon is carcinogenic, and that's what toast is. So you should not eat burnt food, especially not carbon. And those scientists, shut up. If they've not got anything good to say, they should shut up. Purpose of it is of their whole entire job is to do no harm. But they're not doctors, are they? They're just stupid scientists who's like, oh, the one minute they're talking about a quantum wave, and the next minute they're talking about burnt toast. And then you, at that point, you're like, wait a minute, are you a serious person? And the answer is no, they're not a serious person. You know, the only people who are allowed to do that are trade spotting. It's price action, it's burnt toast, it's the war against the fish, it's the water heater. Anyway, they try to steal my niche. They should stick to their job. If you could grow chickens with more legs, KFC six-legged chickens. Yeah, that's it. That's the old joke. But KFC sell all bits of the chicken. They sell all bits of the chicken. Have you seen how big KFC is in China? Asymmetric distribution is the term. It's like Burberry. You know, nobody here is walking around in Burberry jackets. But in China, everyone has one. Because they think that over here, all of the British people wear Burberry jackets. Hope everyone's ready for some accountability. These will be taken seriously. And respect across the board will be demanded, or I'll throw you out of the meeting. He's not joking. Be sure to super cool to close about Voodoo Yellow Line today. Lisbon, get it together. How do you see? Good to see you, Dr. Dave. See, there's Dr. Dave. He doesn't appreciate these scientists from like other disciplines trampling all over his shit. Stay in your lane. So toast scientists. You know, it's hard enough for a toast scientist out here today. Don't need some other scientist coming in and jumping on top of them. Zazaraka, I am a live person. Listen to the moon. Zazarisker, yes. Live person thread is a good place for you then. Darn tootin'. What's the hiccup trick? You'll have to get the magazine, Grant. Lisbon fighting is fighting. Jamie, you should take up stand-up comedy. I think you kill it with little effort. You have a natural, good delivery. Robert Pierpont. Yeah, and people will be like, in the crowd, I'd have a crowd, right? And they'd all be like, man, this guy deserves a bigger audience. And some people will be like, you should just be on YouTube. You know, you should just be on YouTube. And other people will be like, yeah, you should just be on YouTube doing like technical analysis and every so often talking about funny shit that just comes into your head. And then I'd be right back where I started. And people will be like, sorry, I didn't have all the time. I didn't have time to watch it. I was too busy trading, losing money trading. I should have majored in toast. All I see is risk. Let's see the fight. Lisbon, you fighting? Come on, Lisbon, fight harder. This is you fighting. You're gonna have to fight a bit harder, Lisbon. Eh? Real men fight harder, Lisbon. 57 million market cap. Wow. It is very cheap. It's a fair, that speaks to this thing here. Where is it? Speaks to this thing here, you know. Where is shares outstanding? Why have they got, oh there it is, 69. $69,044,000. I think what Lisbon should do, right, because they're, you know, like let's zoom forward a few weeks and they will release some information. And then after that happens, what they should do is, and a positive trend has been established on price. Look at GME getting his head kicked in. What they should do is after they've established a positive trend, they should do a raise. There's only 69 million shares. They should do a raise. They could even do like a non-diluting raise. like with like a new share class, they could do that. And if it comes at the back of positive news, which it is likely coming soon, then, you know, there could be like, not many people know about Lisbon. That would be really good for them, you know, like a big whack. Market sentiment on Lisbon is interesting. Anyway, 69 million, nothing. GameStop, how many have you got at the minute? 388 million. Why did I think it was 420 million? This is a float, it's not total shares outstanding. Oh my god. Where's my actual details? Give me more details. Best Buy. What is that noise? Stop that noise. Ugh. What are these people like? Are they any good? Oh, so that's not really accurate, is it? I mean, I know that Best Buy is, but is it just so that they can have a list of 3 things? Because, like, what is there not a company in America that sells like washing machines and dishwashers? And shouldn't they be like on this list? Anyway, why is Apple up there? What? How did any of this happen? GameStop. It is 426 million. I was right. GameStop has had its head kicked in now, it's why it's all blood everywhere. And Libsyn is doing amazing, so no one really minds about a little bit of a dip. Right, so what's been happening? Home Depot and Lowe's sell large appliances like dishwashers, etc. Right, but they're like a home improvement type store, in it. Electronics Express. How long have you been in Libsyn? McTavish. The day after my first video about it. LOL EB Games. I always do videos about things before I buy them, because I'm a very ethical trader and it's the whole point of this channel. Libsyn dancing at the crossroads of 2 channels. So I'd have said it, and people that were in tradable hours in their jurisdiction, they'll have been able to get it even ahead of me, even though it was me that told them about it existing, which will have had an impact on price. But that's preferable to me than me buying it and then telling people on the internet and that giving me like a degree of profit and a buffer zone off of the back of my own audience. That doesn't seem like that would be legit. That's a bit like a dickhead move. So you wouldn't really get me doing that. And I'm not saying that that would happen just because I talk about it, the price would go up. That would be silly. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I tell people about it and then what I would be doing, and then I would go and do it, and then after I would do it, I would then be quite comfortable saying I may or may not have some, you know. So the answer is yes, I got it at 0.54, and yes, I got some of it just before that, and yes, I've got some of it subsequently. By the way, I owed your YOLO'd your lips and stuff. Look spicy, and I want to see what happens. Let's go, man. Richard Snook, you and hundreds and hundreds of other people. Good shit. I think most electronics type stuff stores other than Best Buy bit the dust many years ago here in the States. How come like you don't use washing machines and that, and dishwashers and stuff? Problem was that the shops themselves were very slow at transitioning to the digitals. to digital. So now you've got like online portals that handle most of it that don't have the big box tax rates and floor space costs. So, you know, keeping all your washing machines in a centralized location until such times as they need delivered saves you shitloads of money. I love Lipson, says Bread and Butter. Essex, very rare these days. In it, especially in this industry, it's like really very rare. So you want to be focusing on those things, that positive, being a positive person no matter the difficulties, and it's not supposed to be making things easier in terms of the practical side of things, ethics. It's supposed to be making outcomes better for everybody. So like if you care about everybody, then you pay the cost of being ethical. Like, so obviously. Thank you very much, Jen. I think 80% of the retail only at Lipsman buys at the moment are the regards in the Discord. 80%. Mate, there's literally nobody else buying Lipson apart from us at the minute. There's no one else buying Lipson apart from us at the minute. So it's 100%. It's 100%. Or it's the friends and family of the people in Discord, which I would attribute all to, like, still the Discord. Washing machines and home appliances are mostly sold at home improvement stores. And when I say regards, I'm just speaking about myself. That's the way, isn't it? That's the way. So, what did we have? We had Carl. Thank you, Carl. Appreciate that. And we had Matt Sklar, became a Fiend. Thank you very much for that. We've just got an 8th month celebration for Casey Cat. The Japanese think Americans eat KFC at Christmas. So they celebrate Christmas by eating KFC with Colonel Sanders as Santa Claus. That's funny, Crazy Cat. I'm not sure if it's like they think that the Americans do it at Christmas, so they dress Colonel because I think it's more to do with the beard and all the rest of it, because Christmas is like not an American tradition, right? Christmas existed long before America, and so this like idea like, oh, we look at Christmas, anyone would look at Christmas and think like America. I don't know if that's true, but they might think he's got a beard and we don't have many turkeys here, so KFC exploited that marketing opportunity. That might be what happened, but I don't know if we can really say that Japanese people think that Americans eat KFC at Christmas to any extent that wouldn't be true, because Americans do eat KFC at Christmas, because as so happens that people in America don't know how to cook much, right? Very few people in America actually know how to even burn that toast or make a cup of tea or fry an egg. Quite a surprising amount of people per capita in America don't know how to do any cooking. And so this is one of the reasons that KFC is so popular. And around Christmas time, even more so, right? Because everyone's like yapping and kids yap about what they're going to eat and they love KFC and whatnot. So Americans like crumble and just do what the kids tell them. Because kids are the boss there in America, which is probably right because the parents can't even cook, so those kids probably should be the boss. And they tell them like, oh, go and get your KFC for the Christmas dinner. And the parents know what to do there because the KFC is next to the Costco. The Costco is where they got their law degree, and or whatever degree they bought it at Costco, and yes. So that's how it works, right? All convenient locations and whatnot. Crazy Cat. But you Americans do eat KFC at Christmas. Can you go over why you like Lipson? I can only find your meme videos. Hello, Troy Sawyer. I have done like hundreds and hundreds of times. So, and there's chapters written by the amazing Lisa called Vis-a-Vis there in chat box. And she writes chapters and they go underneath all of my videos. So you can just go and watch any of my live videos and scroll down underneath, or just to the progress bar underneath and drag your mouse across it and it'll tell you what's in that chapter. and then you can see exactly what I think about Lisbon. Reading the chapters is also going to give you a lot of extra context. So that's what you should do. Also, the main videos have got the answer in them. You know, hence the reason for bothering to make them and make them memes, is they've got the actual answers about specific things that are relevant to the trade. You know, for people like, can you go over Lipson? I want to know why you want like Lipson. They're asking me for the fundamental analysis, right? And it's like, why do you care? Why do you care, right? Like, the best fundamental analysis that's ever been done on that company is in the Discord, on the paid side, in the Lipson thread. It's a professional report on the accounting analysis, the fundamental analysis, the technical analysis, and soon the options flow. It covers every single aspect of the history of the business, its acquisitions, its total addressable market, opportunities by various geographies, how those above all combines to derive extra synergies, the executive management, the period of transition they've been going through, the character and words that are used by the important board members in conversations they've had throughout their whole life, analysed, so that we can get a proper understanding of their intent and their leadership style and their communication style, and how that all works to the future of Lipson. And then we've talked about all of the important financial metrics, all of the accounting ratios, all of the information about debt, how it's managed, the proportion of debt to their operational profit, the future discounted cash flows compared to their future liabilities, the the capital available in the business to meet all short-term, medium-term, long-term debts, the future of revenue streams that they're going to, competitive comparisons, a SWOT analysis, 3 or 4 different SWOT analyses on different aspects of the board, the strength of the accounts, the competitive landscape, and there's a massive, in-depth, extremely high quality fundamental analysis of Lipson in the paid side of Discord on the Lipson thread, right? And nearly everybody who would want to know the fundamental analysis because they're worried about losing $100 in it would be able to afford to go on the Discord and take that paid side and read that fundamental analysis. And so totally welcome to do that. Everybody is. You're all welcome to join the Discord via Rocky Outcrop's Patreon and be on the paid side of Discord. Read that Lipson thread, which took approximately 36 hours of my time working hard at the thing, right? Now, my time in that discipline is probably worth in it around $500 an hour, right? No joke, easily, right? And so, and if you don't understand that, or you don't appreciate that, or you think that that's unusual or unfair, like, I invite you to piss off, right? Because that's who I am, and I've got the qualifications, I've done the work, I've had the experience, and that's the fact, right? So, the fact that you'll be getting 36 hours, right? So, in approximately of my time, I'd have expected to be paid for making that report something in the region of 10 grand, right? Because I've done it, and done it amazingly, and it's on there, you can get it for 100 quid, which is probably less than you're going to be putting into the shares. It's a really obvious decision. You should totally go ahead and do it. It'll also probably help you make money in loads of other ways in life in future. So I would definitely recommend the paid side of the Discord. And if you're interested in Lipson, that's a really good resource for you. And I didn't do it for the shits and giggles. I did it because I knew it would help people and add value to the Discord. The Discord cost that much that it costs before I did that thread. So it's added value for everybody who's got extra everywhere else. And that's the way that side of things works. So, like, the more and more that gets added, the more and more valuable it is. And the more and more obvious you should join it. So that's it. Get on the premium side of Discord. Yes, there's a link from Lisa too. Bing. Why won't that go pinned? My God, YouTube, you are so crap sometimes. It won't even give me the chance to pin it on that list. There. Right, rightio. $100? It's $85. 85 pounds. But you can also join the free side of Discord, where there is a LPSN thread with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, close to 1,000 different people who've used it, which is full of loads and loads of information. Much of the stuff I've talked about just delivered in a different way of communicating. It's obviously spread out and not as coherent. And there's loads and loads of hilarious memes around. So I would suggest that anyone who is on the Discord also make sure you see the live person thread on the free side, which you can get obviously if you're on the paid side, obviously. So you should check it out. And if you can't afford it, you're not being cut out of anything. And I'm not trying to make it so that people can't get anything. I'm trying to make it so that people who do invest in themselves with the options I offer for them have got all this extra added value. So like, there would be some people who say things like, oh my god, dude, I run a free Discord. And it's like, yeah, cool, good. Or, oh my god, you charge people to learn on your course. Yeah. Yeah. It's my job. Yeah. I mean, you're out here charging people to make cheese sandwiches. So, yeah, obviously. Just because what I'm doing is more important than a cheese sandwich isn't mean that I'm not going to charge for it. But it's like technical analysis, bro. How can you charge for that? Like, because it's how you trade. It's the way you make money as a trader is using technical analysis. Like, fundamental analysis has never made a single human being a penny in the history of humanity, and it never will. Yet it's cost traders more than anything else in the world. If you're thinking about taking a big position in LPSN, I would highly recommend that you take a look at that paid side thread on LPSN. I would highly recommend it. And if you're wondering, like, but is it a shit company? That's answered there. Or if you're wondering, why is the share price so low? That's answered. Or why is the market sentiment still negative? If he's so excited, well, all of it's in there, articulated in a way that the people who themselves are bearish wish they knew, you know. Along with stuff that's like not bearish. Gouda cheese, good old Gouda cheese. Get big in the Gouda. I'm big into the Gouda. It's not just GME, it's everything. They're all dropping like mad. They're all dropping like mad. Oh my god, everything's dropping like mad. LPSN's not dropping like mad. LPSN is up 2.61% today in the face of this bloodbath across the markets. SPY's obviously hit that channel basis line, and subsequently we've had a moving average cross that was tested at the breakthrough, then the moving average itself tested in confirmation. We come down filling a mini gap from this morning, and prices now bust back where they opened at. Hi. Doing it at this particular time of the day is not fantastic. GameStop 25, it's still holding that $25 there. Is that a stupid Sharko or Navarro or something? Looks like it there. Not the best. Oh look, there's that one there too. Oh, this is what we said, didn't we? Yeah. I mean, this is what we said, right? This is coming down, giving you. Is it? Is this? Let me just double check. You would sort of half expect at this stage that it would sort of push into this little box here. Oh. You would sort of expect that, so you would, and if it gets worse. I also wonder, could you really actually... What's going on with that fib? Did I do that fib wrong? Ah! Like that's okay at the minute, but you would maybe anticipate that getting. Did I do that fib wrong as well? What the feckin'? I mean, I could slow down here, or to go that little bit further, so it could. What's Lipspin doing yet? Have you collapsed yet, Lipspin? Why am I on GME on both of them? How did that happen? Lipson's already in its little tiny itsy bitsy polka dot bikini here. Strong move, Lipson. Master Chief, how you doing, sir? Probably be. Where's the rest of Price? Hello, Price. Does that work? Not really, to be honest. The target on, is it still in play? It's like, today prices have not really moved much, right? They've not really moved much, so I mean, they've moved a lot and come back, but they've not done anything like drastically bearish. And we anticipate that, you know, by this hour you see a move. That move has been a retracement back to just where it started. And it would be unusual, right, if price went from its opening part of the day to 27.47 at the end of the day, and every hour in between it moved the exact same percent that it needed, and each hour of the day you saw the same proportional integer then of the total move required, so that it was moving in some consistent price. You know, that would be very unusual because price goes up and down. So in an up, having been put in, it's only the 1 minute time frame, these higher highs, and the low having put in not a lower low, you would say that nothing bad has happened. Only thing that's happened is some time has passed. The urgency to figuring that out then, and the way that people often communicate then, includes their anxieties about price. And it may well be then that you're talking about having an option contract that expires today, and you want to know about what's price going to do by the end of today then, and your anxiety being expressed in the question. That might be what it is. Is that what it is? So I want to respond in the most helpful possible way. Master Chief, sir. You got banned from buying Camembert. What? Good old Robert and Sean getting me up on 2 devices at once. Or is he back at the start of the video? You hate Gouda? Why? No, thanks for the response, no options. So you've not got options, right? So you're thinking... You're just thinking about positive price appreciation then. So, because what prompted me to ask these questions is because you said your price target. And somebody earlier on had said, you know, it's something similar, but said 30 or something. At least I think it was. And sorry for forgetting who that was, but it's not particularly important right now. The point I want to make is, you know, while I'm very good at calling where prices will go and the likely areas of support and resistance and drawing lines that go through those areas so that it all looks really good on the chart, my price target, is a tough way to describe it, because I'm speaking to like an amalgam, you know, to a lot of different people who've got lots of different types of trades. And so an awful lot of people bought GameStop in at around $30 over the past couple of months. They bought it above $30 rather than, you know, the last big buy was like 10 and then like 16 and then like when it was going through 20 psychological number after having found support and whatnot. So that was the truth, you know, and anyone buying it above 10 and 16 so a lot of people bought it at those levels, watched it go to 80, had option contracts that went really high, and then watched those option contracts go down, lose shitloads of money on them, even more than Roaring Kitty, you know, proportionately per contract would have lost in his percentage there. Watched them go down a lot and couldn't execute on the top side of the trade. Other people in that retracement back down again bought it at that move were down, thinking, wow, it's come down a little bit, this is the time to get it. And didn't wait for the lows. And around here. And around these lows, 24. These lows, 22.50. So on. 15 minutes makes this point more obvious. So
it wasn't 16, it was 17. So like this retracement here, a lot of people, that was at 80 post market and whatnot. A lot of people would have taken it here because I said for 3 years buy it, and then didn't execute up here because the fact that price went back above their entry meant that they were always going to be in profit. That's what it felt like to them emotionally. And they're emotional traders, and that still impacts their decision making now. And me explaining that to them in offensive ways doesn't, even in my trenchant methods that really get right past those initial self-defense mechanisms that people have, creep into their brain. A lot of people still trade emotionally and have an emotional narrative about price action, especially on GameStop. So, pardon me. So yeah, so there's a lot of people that would be buying at this level here, and then when price did this again, that was like, well, this has found support, now it's going up, it's going to go on and put in a higher high, they thought, because this was a higher low. But that's why you didn't have the sequence. You can't rely on the trend there because it doesn't exist. So they ask about these type of questions, not drastically different from yourself, Master Chief, and they're asking, is this price target still achievable? They're not saying like, is it or isn't it? They just want me to validate their own strategy, which is to do nothing because price might come back. And while I empathize, right, and understand that that's a huge percentage of the audience that aren't actually interested in learning, they just want to make some money, it doesn't change reality, which is that you would make far more money if you understood how to trade, and it didn't matter what you were trading, right? You could trade, if you understood how to trade, you can make far more money than GameStop will ever make you, right? Far more. And if you think, yeah, but Roaring Kitty and the options chain on so many stocks does more, goes further, delivers more return for certain people than GameStop does. Far more. Every week of the entire year, there will be, nearly always, there will be another stock option chain that's delivering trades that are a better return than you get on GameStop. So this is the dichotomy, like it's not just that people are in GameStop for capital appreciation. A lot of people are in GameStop because they want to change something about the way that the markets operate. And you might call them an activist investor, but traditionally an activist in any company is agitating for improvements in the business, and the people they're agitating against are the current leadership of the business. So that would be an activist fund. If that activist fund is running the business, as is Ryan Cohen RC Ventures, then those people who call themselves activist investors are nearly definitely not looking to have an agitation on GameStop, but instead on the markets at large. So these are like well worth compartmentalizing your own objectives as a shareholder. Like, what are you trying to do? Why are you trying to do it with GameStop? And how do you see that playing out? And differentiating between changes you want to see in the market, because then you'll be able to be happy and get a reward and celebrate it, or is it money, in which case it's beholden on you to act in your own best interest with respect to achieving that goal, right? So that means selling GameStop shares. That's what that means. And so if you're in it to make money, it's very important that you distinguish that from you're in it to make a change to the markets, because you're not going to invest your entire financial capital into one single ticker to change the greater marketplace if you can't afford to do that, if it would compromise your life in the short term, if this action would have a impact on the quality of your life, then you're going to want to articulate that, understand exactly what that's going to be, and be able to make an informed decision if that's something you really want to do, which would perhaps limit the amount of capital you put in that trade. Right? Everybody in America put $1 into GameStop, you know, that sort of thing. Did it every couple of weeks. Wow, right, it would change the world. But it doesn't, you know, that has to be well understood, rather than you putting in 90% of your net worth for an indefinite amount of time and that having a detrimental impact on your quality of life, because ultimately you will then end up closing that position and probably not achieving your goals because they weren't well considered, you didn't prepare yourself for reality, and so when it hit, it's harder than you expected, and so your emotional reaction is greater than is necessary, and you can control that with a smaller capital in the trade. If you're looking to change the world and having, you know, that impact, that would have that consideration. Whereas if you're just trying to make money, then it's all about the affordability of the trade and the opportunity cost of GameStop itself as opposed to something else. So you want to be looking for periods of volatility so that you can enter. You want to be taking it so that prices are at relatively low compared to where they've previously been. The closer they are to the bottom of previous oscillations, the better. Buying the dip, right? And you want to establish the trend so that you're able to make sure that you're making that decision. And then capitalizing on your hard work by selling those shares at an area where you think price is at resistance. Or you're doing it on the options chain. And a lot of people are doing a combination of both, right? And that's totally understandable. But it's important to compartmentalize what you're trying to do. So for example, if you see a Roaring Kitty tweet about Wolverine tearing out of a whatever, and you're thinking that's about the market makers that sit on the option chain for GameStop, that might get you really enthusiastic about the idea of having an impact on the market at large and changing the world around you, right? But Roaring Kitty, do you think, and this is a question for you in the chat box, do you think Roaring Kitty is including Wolverine in that meme because he wants to have an impact on the way the world is run, and that's so, or is it he's looking for capital appreciation in those moments? Is he talking about how this is really going to go up because of this dynamic on the options chain, right? That dynamic on the options chain then making him more money, as opposed to him trying to impact that particular fund or change the general landscape in investing, you know. And some people would say, well, it's both, and it's like, no, it's one or the other primarily. It's primarily one or the other. And in his instance, I would propose that it would be that it's about capital appreciation. And I'm not saying that he's trying to pump the stock, right? That would be a reductive understanding of the point I'm trying to make. I'm saying that he understands the market dynamic. He knows his own impact on price. He knows that the machinations of the people on the other side of the trade, and he knows that in combination of these factors, there's a dynamic outcome which will lead to him making more money. It may also have an impact on the other side of the trade. Obviously, it's going to take their money, right? That goes without saying. And that'll have an impact on them and their ability to continue their operations. And an awful lot of people doing it might have even more impact. But the benefit of that impact is that he makes more money, right? Now, that's not a cynical take on things. It's just speaking to people's purposes, and every purpose needs to have, every action needs a purpose, and every action from a really good trader will have a purpose, and that purpose will be clear, achievable, and easy to articulate. It won't be conflated, confused, and a mix of different principles. And so, this is good traders I'm talking about here. And so, he'll have an objective, and he'll be speaking to outcomes. And if you as a trader understand what outcome you're looking for, then it will better serve you, because you'll be able to then understand the actions that are most appropriate for achieving that specific goal. And they are quite distinct from each other, these new version of the activist investor, quote unquote rabbit ears, and the idea of a trader is looking for capital appreciation who's exploiting the market dynamics of a very corrupt system. They're two different things. Capital appreciation or change, right? Now you're aiming for change, then there's more likelihood you would buy shares, that you would dollar cost average, that you would have a less of a focus on risk management with stop losses and more of a focus on maintaining achievable position size without compromising your own liquidity in real life. And so these are a different approach to entering, and there's again a different approach to leaving, right? You might DRS those shares, you might have a extreme price target, you might not care about any oscillations, and your attempt to build a position would come from other funds in your life maybe. Whereas if you're trying to make money and your goal is to primarily do that with the stock market, there are other stocks that will make you more money in the short to medium term, definitely. And if you're talking long term, well, I can show you without a shadow of doubt that the compounded benefits from the short and medium term will outweigh any one single shot you might take on GameStop. And so if your idea is to make money and you're going to trade GameStop, then it might be that you've got that primary purpose to make money, and your secondary one is the consequences of you doing that will have this beneficial impact on the world. But that's not your goal. Your goal is the mission objective, and that's to make more money. And maybe once you've made that money from these actions in sequence, you ultimately put all of those profits back into GameStop. And that makes sense too if your grander objective over the piece is to have a change on the markets, but you'll be approaching that vector of change in the world in a way that also benefits you immediately and over a period of time even more so than simply buying and holding. So if you've got your objectives well understood, then you've got your plan to achieving them can be clearer and more effective, and your own then emotional reaction to price is framed in what you're trying to do and the probabilities of the outcomes and the impact it has on your goals, rather than generally feeling like you want GameStop to go up and being generally sad when it doesn't. And that's relevant because a lot of people recently bought into GameStop. They bought into GameStop on the rise up when it was above 30, going to 65, and held it when it went below, or they bought it on the way down from 65 above areas like 30 and they're still holding it now. And an awful lot of those people, know yourself isn't one of these, Master Chief, but an awful lot of these people did it in the last couple of months. And now what's happened, right, and this is obvious, what's happened is that people made the decision because they wanted to make money, and now, because they're unable to accept the fact that they've lost money, because prices have gone down and they've lost money, whether they realize that loss or not doesn't change the fact that they've lost money. If they realized the loss, they'd be able to post it as a capital gains loss, and they'd be able to then subtract that loss from any future tax bill. And in future, the realizing of that loss might not actually cost them anything. But if they don't realize the loss, then they've definitely made a loss. They've 100% made that loss. If you can subtract it from future profits by realizing it ahead of time and then being a successful trader in other things or it later, then you can take that capital gains loss away from future capital gains and then have much less tax to pay on your trading activities. So that's one way of looking at it. If you instead buy GameStop, right, and you could have bought GameStop back in 2021, and you could have bought it because Roaring Kitty was talking about it on the internet. You could have bought it because you thought prices were going to appreciate and you wanted to change your family's life. You didn't want your wife to have to work anymore. You wanted to live in a bigger house that was closer to all the things that your kids do. You wanted to make it so that they had a better life than you did. You wanted to pay for your parents in their old age. You wanted to meet your own medical bills. You have all of these reasons why it was good, nothing wrong with making money. And after you take that investment, again, when you see price go against you, you are afraid, right? You're afraid. Now, I don't want to be offensive here, right? Now, normally I'll just have a joke and laugh and whatever, but I don't really like joking about this sort of thing. So you'd be afraid, and maybe that's why you held on to a position, because you weren't able to meet that challenge, right? Which is realizing the loss. And so instead of accepting that fact and that reality of your trade being in a loss, and so you having lost, which is a fact, right? It doesn't care if it shows. I don't care if it shows up in your bank account, right? If you're in Schwab, that is a bank account, right? If you're here in the UK, a lot of these things are like bank accounts. They pay you an interest on your money. If your liabilities exceed your total money, they'll come after you for more, right? It's very real, right? And these are assets, like the fine art you might buy, like the car out in your driveway. When it depreciates in value, when you drive it off the ramp in the shop, it's losing money. It's lost money. You've paid that money. It's gone, right? It's gone. And a lot of people, whether it be in 2020 or whether it be in the end of May or whether it be some point more recently, bought into GameStop for reasons that were to make money. That money may have been spent on really good things that would have improved the world, may have got you into heaven, who knows. But subsequent to prices not going in their intended direction and people being in a loss, they weren't able to face the courage that was required of them to be a trader. They weren't able to. Or those people joined into what is an activist investment movement, which is totally something I'm doing, right? So don't think like, TradeSpot, he's just a cynical trader. He doesn't really care about the movement and he's just exploiting people. That's not true. What's true is that I'm articulating the different types of traders, and from this position, not here up high, but from this position on this side of the camera, you hear from people who are on this spectrum regularly. And the best advice is to understand who you are and what you're doing and what your goals are, so that you know what action to take at any given time. Because GameStop $30, GameStop $41, GameStop 46, 51, 58, 66, 72, 88, all these important prices for GameStop. You could make more money trading other things in the amount of time that that's going to take. You could definitely. You can, right? You can. It wouldn't even be difficult, right? In comparison to the skill or commitment, maybe more better word, that it would take to make that money in GameStop. So you have to understand your purposes, and when people ask the question, I like to know what instrument it is they're trading, partly so I can berate them for making silly decisions, but also because I want to understand the true intentions of the question. And this isn't some parasocial shit where I just give you the easiest possible answer. Like, there's much easier questions came in chat box which I read but didn't answer. It's a difficult question, not even really like is going to go back to 2744. It's because I've recognized your name, and the nature of the question made me wonder what it was that instrument you were trading, and then the way in which you answered it was kind and soft and made me think that this is a good opportunity to have this discussion. It also made me wonder if you were one of these, if these entries impacted you at this period of time, and so this is really good way of looking at it. Are you in it to make a difference, or are you in it to make money? And if it's both of those things, then you can make more of a difference and more money by getting a bigger position and what do traders do, right? In the Lisbon meme and the GameStop video there I did, that was like a love letter to Ryan, to Roaring Kitty, and talked about what had explained what was going to happen on LPSN. There's that little bit at the end, like what do traders actually do, right? And what the answer, they execute, right? Execute. That's what traders do. They execute. So you're going to have to be competent and skilled at that exiting side of the execution if you want to build a position in GameStop that is facilitated by the price movements of GameStop without you investing more capital. And now other people would say, well, you can do it with just options, and that's how I do it, right? I've never sold a share of GameStop, but that's difficult. It comes with increased risk. It's costly because the option chain is so expensive, and it takes an awful lot of skill to make sure that you can do it consistently and profitably. You also have to have the tolerance, the psychological resilience to withstand the volatility and the opportunity cost that's required from doing well on option trading, which is a completely different nature to trading shares. So I don't recommend people do trade the way I do. I don't recommend people trade options. They can be a good way of taking insurance over your position in case the price goes down. That's a good way of doing it. I definitely don't think anybody should be doing directional option trades. Like, why are you doing it? Like, I know why you're doing it. It's because you're greedy. And you don't, maybe it's because you're not, perhaps you maybe don't know about the extreme benefits from compounded trading and how our consistent profit isn't just 10%, 10%. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of percent. So there's lots of different ways of approaching GameStop. There's lots of different ways of looking at price targets, and there's lots of different goals and objectives inherent in those targets on price. And so and I explain in my commentary on GameStop. Now I'm getting to the answer to your question. I explain in my commentary on GameStop the probability of prices reaching certain areas. I will speak about the likelihood of it happening at certain times opposed to others, but those are because of dynamics that are available on the charts, rather than the fundamental narrative with that particular company. It's just a base case whether I'm bullish or bearish, the fundamentals. That's it. It's just it. Am I bullish or bearish? And that would be the fundamentals. And once I've answered that, it might give a certain terminology. Like if the thing was super cheap, then and I was bullish, I would be bullish for a deep value investment. But that's not because I'm only interested in deep value investments, or I discovered this thing which helps me point towards deep value investments, or I have this special trick, or here's one I cooked earlier. It's because it would be cheap, right? And it would represent much better value comparison to its peers in the same industry right now. So it'd be deep value because it's way cheaper than them. If it was a swing trade, it would be in technicals that I'd identified. That's how I was going to approach that deep value trade. If it was a squeeze play, that would speak to the way I would analyze the technicals for that trade. And if it was instead something like GameStop at the minute, which is no longer a deep value play, let's be obvious, let's be clear about that. It's obvious, right? It was that at $2 to $5. That was it. That was what Roaring Kitty was talking about. That was the crack. He later developed a longer term approach to GameStop, which wasn't based on deep value. It isn't, and he articulated it in his most recent live stream. It's about belief in the management. And if anybody is an investor long term in a company, then you're obviously investing in the people that guide and direct the activities of that business, because that's what the business does. It follows the way the leader tells it to work. And so you're investing in the leadership team. if you're a long-term investor. And if you're investing regardless of the leadership team, then you're probably going to get screwed. You're definitely not going to know what's happening there. Your objectives for the company acting independently of its board are ridiculous. So you'd be well advised to think about those things. And that comes back to where we're talking about activist investors. Not the new activist investor, but an activist fund. What do? They're agitating against the board, right? That's who they're agitating against. And if they're getting in, it's because they believe in the business and they don't believe in the board, and their objectives nearly exclusively are to change the board. So they get seats on the board with their investment. They get it to a certain size. They compromise their ability to enter and exit under the cover of darkness without being noticed or seen, which has an impact on the amount of money they're going to make. They compromise all of those advantages by getting a big enough shareholding so that they can replace people on the board, and that's how they agitate for change at the business. So understanding your objectives when you get into any trade, understanding why it is you believe in a company, what parts of the company that you're investing in, why it is that you think that leadership team is going to achieve these objectives with this company with those available tools to them. That's your investment thesis as a long-term investor, like total addressable market and this company and this board's ability to exploit that total addressable market relative to its peers. Whereas if you're just trying to make money from trading, then you're looking for the best opportunity with the lowest cost, and that cost includes opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is the time in the trade where you're not making anything, alongside all the other things you could be doing with that money. So the opportunity cost of a long-term hold is not unfair to describe as potentially infinite. And so buying and holding is a very, very costly strategy, even if it doesn't come with a stop loss. It's very costly. It's very, very difficult. And I'm not saying anything negative about anyone who's made these decisions, because I make these decisions. That's not why I'm not saying it. I respect them. I understand them. I empathize with them, and I do it too. So I know how difficult it is. But I also understand that there is a real understand and recognize there's a real cost to it. So the opportunity cost is massive. It's massive. You can make it a whole lot easier on yourself by having the first approach, that is the capital appreciation, and then using an increased position size to have more of that secondary benefit of changing the markets, because you've got a long-term approach and you're contributing there, and that makes sense. But you have to have your goals and understand your objectives and have them prioritized, because it's those priorities that will dictate your behaviors, and you need to have the right behaviors that meet your purposes to achieve your goals, right? So that's the way that works. So when people say is the target of 27 spot 47, or is the target of $30, are these still active targets? Yes, they are. But the timing at which they're going to happen is not something that I can speak to as with the same degree of conviction as I can that I believe price will get there. It's also true to say that, and which prompts the question, is that things can change. The picture is continually evolving, and the probabilities also then. And so people want to know, and they want to be updated on these things, and that's sensibly the purpose of the show here, to help people with that and educate them to be able to make these decisions themselves, so that they understand how to trade, so that they're more efficient, so that our goals are more achievable, so that the markets improve, so that the world gets better. Not just your local community, and you take that fund and improve the world around you in your own immediate proximity, but also through your actions and behaviors in order to get rich, you'll have also made the world better. And I am a capitalist, and that's what I do, right? I make money, and in making money, I make the world better, and then I get the money, and I make it better still. And so I'm not like in 10 years going to make the world better. I've been making the world better week after week, month after month, year after year. And so you know I'm not critiquing GameStop investors. I'm telling you about all the different types of people, all the different types of thoughts, and all the different types of actions. If it is that you, I'm speaking to now, arrived in GameStop in the last couple of months, you wanted capital appreciation, but you're now staying in the trade because of these activist objectives, then you need to ask yourself, are you really? Because it's very unlikely that that's the case. It's more likely that you're now justifying and rationalizing your own fear of execution because you don't like the idea of realizing a loss, which is real, and realizing it actually gives you advantages as opposed to just sitting through it and waiting for price to go back up again, because you can't claim that back on your tax. It's good to understand, because if you're just rationalizing, if you're just justifying previous behavior, and you're doing it even if you're articulating this to other people so that you can convince yourself all the more, then all you're really doing is being a chicken, being afraid, and being silly, and maybe even, it wouldn't be unfair to say, acting in a pathetic way, when really what you could be doing is understanding your goals and objectives, knowing you've got just as much available opportunity as everybody else that meets the markets. You've also got somebody like myself helping you to get the best possible result, and you can make any decision that suits you as long as you understand what your goals are and you act with a purpose. So what is it? If you've bought GameStop in the last couple of months, what is it? Why would you have a price target? What is that price target? What informs it? What informs those decisions? And why do you come to why do you take the actions you do in the order that you do? And is that best serving you? Is that most likely to lead to the outcomes you want? So that's what I would say, and that's something that goes through my mind, that in a flash of less than a millisecond, every time somebody asks me about a price of GameStop, I think this, and when I see different names, I see new names and so on, even more so. So you need to know your goals and objectives so that you can achieve them. So is the target for 27 and change still on GameStop? Look at those two beautiful stocks. Jokes. Right, GameStop, is the target still on? Well, the question what came in and the same as it is now, price was more or less flat for the day. It's Friday, and 25 is a obvious node on the open interest. It's not as high up there as the 30. There's 19 million shares here, and these 1.9,585,000 shares, they're putting pressure on sell side here, and likewise, the closer this gets to 30, the more and more of these people are incentivized to sell because they're in profit, and there's very little time left in the day. So the time decay is going down, and so the value of their contracts is going down because the premium they'd get is going down. So if you've got your own pragmatic approach to price, then when you're analyzing other market participants' behavior, you'll have a better understanding of the what and the why and its implications for yourself. So it's not just about acting with your own purposes in mind, it's about understanding why everybody else does what they're doing, because you can assume that the market at large is efficient and the people that are behaving in a way that drives price are behaving in a way that's pragmatic and suits them, right? So what would suit you, and understanding that process and the way it is that and the reasons for trading are very, very important. Those are, again, things delivered in the course. That's the whole message in the course, is these are the reasons that we do these things, because this is what suit you best in these moments. And understanding that, conceptualizing what they are, is awful difficult. And so that's why when people try to learn elsewhere, they learn from people who don't understand the totality of the culture or attitude that's needed as a trader, or they themselves have an inefficient way of operating, or they've got something that worked for them that they learnt off trade spotting, and they're just trying to sell you on this little idea because they think that you're the same as them, but everyone's different. And so you need the whole picture to be your own best version of a trader. So the question, is it going to go to 27.47? Well, that's the midpoint between these two nodes, and so you could get velocity in price. That's a quick move. You could get that towards the end of the day, which might jump. That's a big percentage chunk though. 20% on price. You could get that kind of thing up towards 30. You could get like the 10% move that takes you up to 27 and change. This node. But there'll be stickiness at these nodes. Price will probably move faster between it than it does when it's stuck at either one of them. Stuck at either when it's approaching and just leaving. There'll be a degree of elasticity in getting pulled back towards that node. If it does manage to break free entirely, then you would likely see it make a quick run up to the next target. And all of these, like quite heavy open interest at these areas, means that, you know, the difference between 25 and 26 is very, very slight. The difference between then to 27 and then again to 28 is very, very slight. But then above 28, you know, it's minimal here. For some reason, people don't like 28 nowhere near as much as they like 35, 40, 50, 60 for some reason. So that's a long way about saying. I think I took about an hour probably to make that point there. I'm going to open the chat box again. See if I see people have been discussing politics when you could have been listening to what I was saying there. Oh my god, $100! Thank you, Jamie. I've been watching your channel for several weeks now. I really appreciate all that you teach, and I've learned so much aside from just GME. Thank you for all the people out there who don't always get a chance to tell you. Fucking hell. How do I click like on that? Bloody hell. Like that for me. It won't let me like it. What's your name? RV level. ARV level. $100. Wow. First super chat here. Wow. Thank you so much, buddy. That was amazing. That was amazing. Thanks so much. Fucking hell. That's great to hear that you learn a lot, and I really appreciate that. It's a huge donation. That's a big investment in the channel. Thank you so much, friend. That's really encouraging. I'm really positive after seeing that. 20 likes as well. Fucking hell. 21. Yes. Eh? Thanks so much, mate. Gotcha, Master Chief. See those replies there. Dean Mutter. This Jamie that's speaking right now is the reason I started watching daily. I've never watched any other YouTuber day in, day out. Dean Mutter, thank you very much for being here. That's a nice big boost in confidence. Thanks. Yeah, because when you talk like that, you know, like I don't know if it was obvious, but the whole time half my brain's thinking, oh fuck, people are going to hate me for saying this shit. Thoughts on the Nike stock once it's settled? Teenagers aren't getting enough money. They're addicted to vaping. They can't spend money on sportswear anymore. They've already got the 3, 4, 5 previous Nike Tech fleece, whatever the hell it is, costumes, and their parents have had enough of it, so they're not giving them money. In Britain, there's 0-hour contracts handed out plenty of times. More a minimum wage goes up, then the more competitive the market's pace, and the truth is that people slightly older are usually slightly better, right? Like, I don't like buying trainers off a 16-year-old as much as I do like buying trainers off someone who's 20 years old and has done the job for 4 years and understands how to sell the shoes, which ones you might be asking for, and all the other things involved in trainers. Now, none of that actually happens because I buy my trainers off the internet when there's a sale on, and I don't really give too much of a shit what they're like, as long as they are like comfortable enough. That's all that matters. And like, I've bought the same type of trainers, the same exact shoe every single time I've bought trainers since about 2017, and so those Nike Pegasus ones, which have just got cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and sometimes they do sales and they're on for like 25 quid, at which point I might buy 3 pairs, and then I'm not going to need another pair of trainers for a year or something. So people like ourselves that act that way, the fact that the biggest contributor to their bottom line is teenagers buying shitty clothes they don't need, and the fact that they've now got so many shitty clothes they don't need much more. They're on 0-hour contracts, they don't get paid that much. When they do get paid, the minimum wage has gone up so much that less of them are getting jobs. And if there's going to be unemployment, you would rather it was the people that should be at school, generally. So, what do I think about Nike once price settles? I suppose I should look at the chart to answer that question, shouldn't I? Luke Brown, good to see you, Mr. Luke. But I'm not on a 0-hour contract, and I certainly wouldn't be working for the minimum wage, never mind for fuck all. So that's what my thoughts are. The man, you can always buy the shares back as long as the strike price you sell option on is above your cost. Then you can't lose. You can't lose. Can't lose by watching Tracebone. I watched you back in the day when I bought GME for 364. Oof, McTavish. Mr. McTavish. I get what you're saying, but me personally, I will not buy a single option contract until I 100% understand what you're talking about. That's a sensible idea, until you 100% understand what I'm talking about, because you shouldn't be trading anyway unless you've got conviction in what you're doing, and that conviction should also be in your methods as well as the means. Tracebone, your straight speaking facts. Thank you so very much, R-Level. Appreciate that positive message, and then a donation as well. You legend. Are you against using options to accumulate by selling cash secured puts at a strike you'd want to enter? Is that for me? No, I do that. I'm not against it. It's just cash secured puts come with a huge opportunity cost in that you have to spend all that money, right? You have to spend all that money. In case you know. In case. Which is great if you get assigned and all the rest of it, but then and you'd be benefiting from price falling down to those levels and so on. But cash secured puts are still, even though you're looking to go long, and in order for it to be assigned, right, or whatever, price going down is the benefit to you, but you yourself are bullish and trying to accumulate a position. That's still an omnidirectional strategy. It's still only taking one side of the chain, even though in and of itself it's hedged because you've deposited the money for those shares in the end. That doesn't change the fact that it's a directional trade using the option chain. And so people might tell you it's sophisticated, that it's smart, that it's cool, that it, but it's not. Right? It's smarter than clicking buttons and no idea what you're doing. It's definitely smarter than not having any conviction over the instruments you're using and just taking option trades. But it is not the best option strategy, nor is it even really a strategy. It's like if you were to say, like, go and kick that football, and they go and kicked it, right? That's not a game plan. It's just kicking the ball. Like, oh, I make $250, and in January you buy my shares for $125 a piece, and I make $100 a share. Sounds about right there. I mean, January 20 price are going for $250. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, but you see, GameStop moved from $10 to $80, right? That's a significant percentage rise. It's a much bigger percentage rise than moving from 25 to 125. So, and it happened a couple of months ago. So if price was to move up to those levels over the next couple of months, that wouldn't be as big a move as it's made previously. Roaring Kitty's just sitting there, could share his position at any stage, and it could have shitloads of option contracts for that exact strike and price, that exact strike at that exact expiry. And the probability, like, something that happens has to be accounted for in your approach. And so that approach would only be one side of things. You want to be hedging against something going wrong there, or alternatively, along with hedging against something going wrong in that particular strategy, also the other side of the trade also somehow making you money. And you could say, well, I've got the shares, so if it goes up, I'll make the money. But that, you're not going to sell the shares, right? A lot of people aren't. So that isn't a strategy either, right? It has to have the other side too, right? But this isn't an option trading course, though there will be one on the Discord shortly for people. I made a lot of silly decisions to berate. Don't berate yourself, though. It is true they were your decisions, and it's good that you're not blaming the markets. In my opinion, people are crazy to not be taking advantage of the crazy premiums in options on GME right now. Take advantage now. Why are they crazy? It sounds like you're greedy. No offense, I'm not trying to be offensive. It sounds like you're greedy. You're right that there's opportunities there, but that's because the chain is so expensive. But the chain is expensive for a reason. What you're actually saying there when you say that, the man, is you're expressing your own FOMO. You're expressing your own FOMO. Whereas if you were an exceptional trader, and you don't even have to be, but if you were an exceptional trader, you wouldn't give a fucking shit about any one opportunity, right? Because the markets are all opportunity, and they're on all the time, and there's huge opportunity across tens of thousands of stocks at any given moment. So, you know, you're definitely susceptible to FOMO with that attitude. And that's what I'd say. Though I know that in what you're expressing there is a hope for other people to do well. So I respect that and don't want to come across as a total dickhead. But I suspect that the way that you said things there is a manifestation of your own FOMO. God, I'm such a dickhead today. Right. Thank you very much, Arlevel. Tracepoint, are we splashing tonight in the Discord? A trader splosh, perhaps? Oh my god, 5 gifted memberships is what I've missed out on. Maybe, Jake. I've been working so far all day from earlier, so not 100% sure yet. But if there's a splosh going on and other people are organising it, like if you guys have got the splosh thing lined up, I know there was an event scheduled. If Observe Thyself's hosting and playing music, if everybody's up for sitting around chatting about stocks and tickers that they're trading, or covering some of the things we talked about on the show here, or talking about the stuff they've got coming up on the horizon, or just chatting, chewing the fat about their own life, or just wanting to have a little bit of a party and get together with amongst other folks, that'll be happening for sure. But me leading it, I'm not so sure. On the Discord there, I prefer when we're having the splashes on the Discord that I'm part of the audience, you know, as opposed to me being the hostess with the mostess. Where's Jake's message gone? A trader splosh sounds good, though. A trader splosh sounds good, Jake. You're totally welcome to host it too, Jake, sir. Did Lipson halt or something after that big vacuum? I might have done, let me see. 1 minute. I don't see it moving a big enough percentage in a small enough period of time to see a halt. Oh, the price moved there, so at this second in time it isn't halted. If you do see halts on Lisbon, and I didn't see them, definitely tell me. That's contextual information I'd like to be aware of for sure. GameStop 25, still holding that $25 level, and Lipspin still positive for the day. Right. FOMO, Nicholas Ryan. FOMO is my biggest enemy, but after watching you and learning some patterns and how to read charts a little bit, my portfolio has gone green. Yo, Nicholas! Boom. Awesome, man. Awesome. Man, who got those gifted memberships? JS gifted 5 memberships. JS, you happy little pineapple. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank JS for those membership gifts, especially if you got one. Nick, Tim, Chris, Derbum, you're back. Where have you been, Derbum? Derbum, bum, bum. Where have you been? It's great to see you. Welcome back, Derbum. A passing cloud. Good to see you too, my friend. I stopped watching other YouTubers for Jamie. For Jamie! Yay, Rocky used to say I'm not a YouTube monogamist and that. That's fine. But that's fine, he's kind that way. I didn't say that shit. You know what I mean? You can do what you like and all the rest of it, but like, if you're out here watching other YouTubers, especially ones that like I wouldn't like, not because like, you didn't watch people I don't like. No, I don't like them because I don't think they'll help you. You know, I'll respect them. If I respect them, I don't mind. But if I'm putting loads of time into you and you're going and then like drinking loads of Kool-Aid off someone else, how do I respond to that? What I mean is, I think Crazy Cat's saying that they understand that they're best served by focusing on facts and realities so that their dreams and hopes become more possible, as opposed to focusing on their dreams and hopes while ignoring reality. A lot of YouTubers don't understand the distinction there. They put the cart before the horse, which gives your horse really sore shins because it's constantly whacking into the cart. And it's even worse when the thing's going uphill. And then when it's going downhill, well, the whole thing's a total nightmare. So, you want to make sure you get your order of your horse and your cart right. That's really important. Good to see so many new people finding the streams. Jump into the chat and let everyone know you're here. 221 people. Damn right. Say hello if you're here. Thanks very much. Hit that like button too. It's appreciated. So you guys, A Passing Cloud Derbom, Chris Tim T and Nick 824. These have all been gifted memberships by Mr. JS, the legend that he is. Yay. Corpus Coliseum, welcome new members. I'm not a member yet, but god damn it, people like me. God damn it, people like me. That's the end of that sentence without any punctuation makes me wonder. God damn it, people like me, or is it god damn people like me? I suppose I get to make the choice. I get to make the choice. God damn people like Corpus Coliseum who are not members yet. God damn them. Traceborn, I was blushing tonight. Yeah. Why is that not orange anymore? Ugh. Why does YouTube just change like that? It's really annoying. Thanks you, Jamie. Learned more from you in several weeks than in decades of me goofing around. R-level legend. We need more people in the world like R-level. Damn right, Sebastian Alexander. Out here hogging all the first names. Sebastian Alexander's out here hogging everyone's first name. We'll have another one in a minute. Wanny versus Needy. Welcome new members. Welcome new members. Another 5 people. Dashy C. Away, hey, how is the tinkle toes? Dashy C gifted 5 memberships. Okay, now you are now married to Dashy C. Her name is Anna. She's a super nice person. Super nice person. She's very serious about trading, which isn't obvious all the time because she's so very nice and generous and charitable in the way that she interacts with people. But she's very serious about trading, and she's very, very good at it, and she's hugely underestimated even by people who know who Dashy C is. They don't know, as I do, how amazing she is at trading. She's really, really good, like near the top of the people we talk to here. Dashy C's right up there, and so, well, you can interact with her in such a way that is just friendly, and and so on. And I'd appreciate it when you do talk to people, especially people like Dashy C, that you do make sure that you're friendly. There's a whole lot of value in this long-term members here. You know, people who've been here for a while, people who are generous like that, even more help to you. And those people who are similar like that, being close with each other and helping each other, synergy there is off the charts. So thank you so much, Dashy C. 5 membership gifts. Theo Minimus, Minimus, a total legend. Theo there, he's a weapon. Lars, great to see you back, sir. Mary Weiner, Cheshire Cat, good to see you. And Ollie. So 1, 2, 3. I can count, right? 4, 5. Yes, I can count. YouTube can count. So it's all good. I'm here to link in the stream. Good work, linking it. Link. Ollie, Cheshire Cat, Mary Weiner, Lars, and Theo. You're all now married to Dashy C. Make sure to thank her in the chat box there. You lucky people. Thanks so much, Dashy C. 5 memberships. What else did I miss in that moment? Toes getting better. It's like we're live people or something. It's like these are a bunch of live people Googleplexing in. It's like you're actual real live people. Bonkers. That's cool, gifting people. Rod Bigelow. It is cool. Dead nice way of doing things. I love it when people do that, you know. And new people come in and they see the show and they're like, what the fuck is this? And why is this guy so offensive? And like, who the fuck does he think he is? And then people who've been watching the show for a while, they give a membership gift, and then those people are like, now you're a member too. Now you're a member, and you're going to come back and watch more, and you're going to see videos that are just for members, and then you're going to end up liking me, and then you're going to think, fuck, I'm like that guy, and then you're going to be like me, and then you're going to be just like me, because this is what price does to you, man. This is what it does to you. This is what price does to you. You stay in the markets for long enough, you'll be just like me, because price does this to you. There's no other way of being. It's not like, you know, everything I'm saying is speaking from experience. It's not because I like, whatever, why would I be saying it anyway? It's only because of experience that I say these things. So the more experience you get, that's why I think when you know, that's why I think when people, when I've been around for a while and people have known about me for a while and they don't like me, I think like they're stupid. Not because not liking me is not allowed. You're allowed to not like me in that. But a lot of people who are friendly with me don't actually really like me. They just like the interaction, like the dynamic, and they're not a sensitive little bitch. That's what it is. Whereas loads of people are. And so that's the irony about my trolls. Like, my trolls, and they're very particular kind of trolls. We've got an emoji for them and everything now. My trolls, they're really, really pathetic. Because what's really upset them is how they're all sensitive little twats. That's what it is. Every one of them is a dickhead. A sensitive dickhead. And they can't handle it. So when you would come along and you troll somebody, typically you'd be trolling them by, like, sending them up, you know, trying to make them feel bad about something,
trying to pick up on something about them that, you know, would make them feel bad. But because you can't really do that to me, because Price has already done that to me and made me stronger in those broken places. A lot of what I say is a reflection of that, and that really triggers people. So they're really just triggered little fannies. You know, that's who most of my trolls are, triggered little fannies. So if you're watching right now and you don't like me and you think about trolling me or whatever, know that I laugh at how pathetic you are in your interactions in those trolling moments. I laugh and laugh at how pathetic you are. And I don't necessarily think you're jealous or envious the way that some trolls are of the people they attack. I think that you're just pathetic and afraid, and a little bit of me is sad that human beings are like that, because I know that you too will regret it at the moment before your death, and you're lonely and cold and sore and seeing everything for as clear as it is. That you too will be able to have that clarity of thought and mind, and wish you had that clarity of purpose in your life. And you stupid troll, I feel sorry for you. I really do. And I know that a number of you are and I know a number of, and I'm going to embarrass a number of you. You know, McTavish, they gifted memberships to Tracepoint's YouTube, where it is members only content. Yes, like for example, if a couple of weeks go by, my video will be going to members only, this video included, and all other videos that I do that are live videos, nearly all of them go members only, because there's really valuable content in them, and each one of them could be somebody's YouTube fucking career. Like today's video, you could do videos for weeks and weeks off of the things I've said today. It'd be really good content, and you'd be able to come up with a decent channel. You could probably communicate with a slightly better accent, with using smaller words, and make it more accessible, and even get more views and more attention, and build that like stuff up from it, which is what people try to do. They will try to do. So it suits my purposes, and it suits the purposes of the community here to put it as members only. So that's what I do. And then people might ask me a question on Discord, and I'll think, oh, I've got a video where I answer that, and I'll go and get that video. I'll make it, instead of private or members only, I'll make it unlisted, and then I'll share the link with the people in the Discords. So it's definitely in your interest to be there. Rod Bigelow, yes, I've been impressed by your thoughts on GME on a daily, plus my lip sync is up about 20%. Good stuff. Is that a fanny emoji? Bacon pancakes it is. There's a new suite of emojis. Just taking advantage of high volatility. Yes, the high implied volatility leads to higher premiums, which means you're getting paid more, or you're paying more if you're obviously experiencing the call side. Good grief. They're doing all the things they can. Good grief. Even though the volatility is low right now. Brilliant. Brilliant. What are you talking about? Yes, but no mercy. No mercy, the poor trolls. Jimmy, appreciate all the good advice you're dropping. Will definitely improve my trading, and looking forward to being in the green. Hope so too, Jimmy. I hope so too. It's like the lottery until everyone found out. Bacon pancakes with those trolls. There's an party and a guy. They're very raining money on that guy. Never get caught. Do you mean never get assigned? SSGA, hard a car. SSGA, State Street Global Advisors. I was using that as an example to show just how crazy the premiums are in GME right now. Unless you buy the put on expiration at the money and get assigned and get a little discount. Yeah, that also works. Maybe if you've got a big position, or you're going to get one, that's one way of getting a little bit of a discount. Matthew White, thank you for the video. Like, share, subscribe. Thank you. Hey. Okay. Aravel, thank you so very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Wish my Streamlabs thingy worked better, and then I'd be able to see everybody who did anything. Dashi C, JS, and before that there was also 5 memberships given by Go Win to Win. and there was a few bobs from Elegy, and there was a few bobs from, of course, Araval, who made the whole show amazing, and there was another donation from the last one was can I tell here? Pardon me. I found only one other YouTuber who has made millionaire students like Rocky and Jamie. He also calls people idiots. Love it. Is he called the stock puppet? Just taking advantage of high volatility. Cool. Oh, I only get back like 3 messages on my phone. That's a bit awful. What? I would have thought that gave me the answer. The answer. Right, I got it now. Dashi C, thank you so much for the 5 memberships for people. Good to see it, hardcore. JS gifted 5 trade bot-in memberships. Ara level, $100. Jeepers creepers. Jeepers creepers. That's the biggest one in ages. Crazy Cat, 8 months. The Japanese think Americans eat KFC at Christmas. Carl Davidson with the $5. It was yourself, Carl, you legend, and you were asking about velocity, and I thought you must have meant volatility, so that was the way I answered it. Matt Sklar, welcome to Fiend. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for that. Colin Murphy, that's who it was there. Colin Murphy. So we got them. Elegy, go in to win. Colin Murphy. 30 months you've been a member too. Go win. 30 months. And he's a soldier. Holy shit, what a legend. Holy shit, what a legend. Really appreciate that. Thanks so much, Go Win. You're a total legend, mate. Really, really, really amazing supporter of the channel. Thanks. So Go Win, Elegy, Colin Murphy, Matt Sklar, Carl Davidson, Crazy Cat, 8 months. Crazy Cat. R level, JS, Dashy C, and Jeff Casey. Bloody hell, there he is. Jeff Casey. The most consistent person here is Jeff Casey, I think. 5 gifted memberships. Wolfie J. Immovable Fee. Andre Rodriguez. Danny Goodman. Eric Everett. Eric. Good to see you, Danny. Good to see you, Andre. Immovable and Wolfie J. Good to have you back on the membership tier there. Thank you very much, Jeff Casey. You're now married to Jeff. All of you guys are now married to Jeff. Unless Immovable FE is a girl, you're all in a relationship now with Jeff Casey, which has been foisted upon you. And not only that, you have to thank him for it. Crazy Cat, 20 blabs. Bloody hell. Jimmy, can you talk about the commodity supercycle something? Sometime later. I found it fascinating last time you talked about it. Yeah, I could do that. It's now 7 o'clock, so power hours in an hour. Power hours in an hour. Yeah, maybe I'll write a big Discord post up about it and make a wee video for people on the Discord or on the free side or whatever. Maybe that way do it. It might be a good way. And then it's like got a point of text so that people can read it as well as watch along and stuff like that. Or maybe make a video next week for the YouTube on it or something. It's a good idea, you know, to pay attention to these things. We talked about it and stuff went absolutely bonkers. Like, lumber went completely bonkers there. Just after we talked about the potential for it. And it's true that there is huge You know, like the amount of money floating around, like I know it doesn't feel like that for everybody, but that's the problem. Because there is so much money floating around, the cost of shit goes up because the people who run the shops ain't going to sell their shit for fuck all when their cost of production's increasing and the raw materials are going up in price. You know, they're obviously going to put their own price up to protect their margins, and that's what happens when you flood the economy with money, and the primary producers want as much of it as they can get. And tends to be that way because there's a lot of risk in running a business, and so if you can get money in now, then you'll do it. You also want to make sure that you can get a return on your time invested before you invest the time. That's like one of the ways that businesses have longevity and survivability. You know, they know they're going to get paid in advance, so they can pay their staff in advance, so they can go out and reap the seeds and harvest the fields, and know that they've already got the ability to pay their staff and everything else. I mean, it's much more difficult if you're relying on the weather being good and the sale coming through so that you have the money to pay the people, because you have to pay the people anyway. So the more money that's floating around, the more of it that gets there. And that's why you see a lot of inflation coming through, you know, and then there's a thing called secondary inflation. Secondary inflation is because the inputs for everybody else's business are going up because there's this increase in the underlying, which means that it's more and more expensive. And so that's why there's this plague of inflation. Secondary inflation is the worst type of inflation because at that point it really starts to kick off a cycle in inflation that nobody likes to see, nobody wants, the farmers, the office workers, or anyone else. So yeah, let's talk about the commodity super cycle. It's also really, really impactful, like all of the climate change stuff that's happening, so that like that has an immediate and dramatic impact on the price of commodities when stuff really goes crazy. Right, so I'll do that. Damn right, Crazy Cat, that's very generous of you. $20 and a really good video idea. Keep it short, brief, making really good points, and then make it little bits of entertainment around it. Could use good examples and stuff. That's a great idea. Lives into the moon. Darn right, Fago Kang. Fago Kang. I'm on fixed income and have to fight inflation with the market, and I'm not doing great, but I intend on learning from you. AJD Productions. That's tough. It's tough, innit? People like yourself there, you know, like you're most impacted by inflation when the cost of money's going down. YM121, Live Person's technology has powered more than 1 billion AI-based conversation and messaging sessions. Company's fundamentals are good. Logical target for NVIDIA. NVIDIA 2 shares of LPSN. Right, so YM, the first mistake you made there is that it's 1 billion every month. Every single month, Live Person have 1 billion customer conversations. And the best part of the buy-in cycle, the most reliable part of the buy-in cycle, is when customers express intent, purchase intention, and the nuances, the psychology, and the AI that will make the most money is that which understands the context of purchase intent. And Live Person, it's not a billion, it's 1 billion every single month. Every month, another billion, another billion, another billion conversations with customers who are trying to or want to buy something, and understanding that is the most valuable thing that you can get for purchase intent and customer lifetime value. It's incredibly valuable, right? Now, it isn't fucking stupid conversations from idiots on Reddit, right? Which are worth shit all, will probably end up getting you sued because the fact that Reddit think it's their content and that they think it can be then sold off and then it can be put into an AI and then spewed back to you and using someone else's later work. That wasn't involved in the original terms and conditions. So while they do share ownership over these things, that doesn't mean that they can exploit you for commercial purposes. And then it's the same with shitloads of AIs. They're getting sued for stealing people's music, stealing people's university work, stealing proprietary information that somehow leaked onto their servers because some staff member decided to ask it a question once and put in too much private data. All of this stuff is getting sucked up by the AIs, which is going to lead to court case after court case after court case, which is going to fragment this industry, which will lead, a couple of players will lead it. They'll get fragmented because they'll get broken up, because that'll be the only way they're able to retain any company value while also be able to meet the liabilities of these ridiculous court cases, which are just hovering there like a monster coming over the hill. And they're going to come over that hill and they're going to fucking eat huge chunks of things like ChatGPT and, you know, what the other, like Bard. It likewise is going to have to deal with shitloads of court cases. You know, many of them have already started. You know, that fucking shitloads of them have already started, and some of them are paying out huge, tremendous amounts of money, and it's going to be impacting all of them, apart from LivePerson, who are going to escape all of that, along with the fact that there's huge regulatory concerns for AI. So you just sit there in the middle of a normal person's conversation and they're not aware of anything that's going on. That's a completely different context to it being an established, understood AI conversation, which is what live persons are, despite the fact that they're way better and way more functional and than it would be talking to even a normal human a lot of the time. So, yeah, a normal human as opposed to a good human, which would be live person. So, live person is a massive opportunity, right? And a lot of people don't understand this, which is totally fine because, you know, some people don't know how to wipe their own bum. Never mind, know these things. So, the context of live person as an investment opportunity is that not just have they got amazing technology, not just, and they've also got like bring your own large language model. You know, there needs to be a business-to-business AI that works between businesses and things like Apple Intelligence. Because how else are you going to book cinema tickets? You think your Apple iPhone is going to do that bit for you? No, it's not going to understand anything about that particular cinema, which one that would be better for you, how to find the best seat in that cinema. You know, it doesn't know the context of that retailer. It doesn't. It might know from shitty reviews. It might know from like other contexts, but it's going to give you an inadequate solution. Whereas if it meets, instead of arriving at a website, crawling it, and then trying to give you answers, it meets another AI that greets it and says, well, what's your intent? Right, well, here's the purchase intent from everybody else who's ever been here. Here's the satisfaction score from all of those customers. Here's your input. Here's the best answer for you. That's live person, and no other AI is going to do that. And then also, that information that comes to these decisions is proprietary information, and there's 1 billion of those conversations a month. Now, do you think on anywhere else on planet Earth there are 1 billion conversations with somebody trying to buy something that provides an AI with information like this? There isn't. It's kind of obvious, right? Because there only are, whatever, 8 billion people on planet Earth. So it's incredibly valuable. It's incredibly valuable. Not just the technology, not just the market's addressable market, but the common integrations that are going to be needed are going to rely on integers like interlockers, like LivePerson, which itself is a business-to-business company, right? It's not ChatGPT where they're trying to make it easy for you to do your homework, right? It's oh, well, we can't answer this question. I don't have to look it up on Google anymore. You know, that's not a massive achievement. Delivering a happy customer, extending the lifetime value of that customer, increasing their repeat sales, increasing their customer satisfaction. That's an amazing, amazing ability to offer somebody. And this isn't some new company that just popped up trying to exploit these AI hype. This is the type of company that creates AI hype. I think, right? I think that's my thesis on LivePerson. It's mine. It's me that's articulating that, not the board, not any other investors, certainly not any of the people who've ever talked about LivePerson in the last 4, 10, 15 years. It's my interpretation, right? Is that LivePerson as an interlocker can do incredible things, is safe from the regulatory environment, it's got its own proprietary information, it's got an intense volume of conversations, and that those conversations themselves are worth tens of thousands of one of those conversations is worth tens of thousands of conversations on Reddit, is worth tens of thousands of conversations on other forums. Huge. And LivePerson themselves have got tons and tons of subsidiaries, right? They've got AIs that provide expert answers on certain disciplines, and those AIs develop better and better and better in those specific disciplines, as opposed to just being some big large language model that's like sucking up data and trying to like get better at everything in some weird, unknown, non-specific way. No, they've got specific expert sections, you know, that sort of thing. They've also got subsidiaries in automotive. They've got subsidiaries in the nuances of voice AI. Loads of them, loads of different things that you would think like, oh yeah, but my AI speaks and it's got different famous voices. That's stupid. That's not the market need. You know, make sure it's a great product because it sounds like Scarlett Johansson, but it doesn't, because they were just stealing that and now they've been banned from doing that, and that speaks to everything that they do. No, it's they've actually understand the local geography and culture of certain areas and how that changes from just interacting with an AI to how that AI would talk. And there's a big difference between the way somebody talks and the way somebody writes things down, and that difference changes when you go to different places. So there's huge opportunity for live person that people just don't understand because they just think like, well, AI, it does my homework or some shit, or what even is AI or some other thing. So live person, now is the time for that company. Cometh the moment, cometh the live person. I wonder if any Lisbon board members have seen your memes. Ha! They're our memes, you know, they're our memes. They're live person's memes as well. They're not just, they're definitely, certainly not just my memes. Not at all, not by a long shot. Our memes, Owl's memes, community's memes, live person's memes. It's very much Owl, the mythical Owl. The real Owl, he's a real Owl. I'm not an owl, he's an owl. I don't know, have they? I don't know if they have. I mean, there's a big report on the insider buying and selling over the past 2 years on the Discord there, on the paid side of it. The thread there, I talk about everything you could possibly ever imagine to discuss. I've talked about it there and discussed it in a really high level. But the insider buying and selling, it would be, you know, maybe we'll see more information there, but the capital appreciation there that's going to happen is significant, I think, and the insider activity over the past few years shows a lot of conviction from certain people on the board. So, you know, if you are ever in any way connected to live person, of course, you know, there's very important rules, and none of us want to knock on the door from Gary. But there's this guy called the Owl, who may or may not exist, and he's really good at communicating things. So, you know, I can promise that if they somehow make their way to the Owl, and I know the Owl, if he's real, I do. Anyway, if he isn't, I don't know. Maybe I'm just making it up. But there's definitely ways that you know, your information, your not insider information, because that'd be illegal, but information that you know that, you know, cool. You know, maybe it makes it into the memes. There's certainly things that are known about live person that aren't immediately accessible by the public, and those details are expressed in the memes. That's there. But because they're memes, you know, and because I haven't specified what they are, Gary won't be able to annoy me about it. So you won't be able to annoy Owl about it. So yeah, I mean, you know, you should get involved. It's really good fun. Definitely get involved. It's really good fun. And live person is absolutely amazing. You know, if you are on the board of live person, really agree with like this company. It's fantastic opportunities. And to John Sabino, right? I call him Jim. I don't know why. John Sabino, and his character, you know, fucking a total legend. You know, having somebody like that, and like a massive decision that getting him on board. Good shout. Sandy Hogan, getting her involved. Chief Revenue Officer, you frickin' betcha. You frickin' betcha. That was an amazing decision. Like, it's really, you know, brilliant call. Was that on John's recommendation? Maybe, right? And what happens with John Collins there, the COO, former CFO, and the interim CEO? Well, he's got incredible experience. You know, I don't like he's somebody who has skills not that widely different from myself, but like, real experience there, and total legend as well. I don't know whether he'll be there into the future. I hope so. I hope so. But the focus now is on who's going to be the new CTO, which is going to be, it's going to be another huge boon when that appointment gets made, and it'd probably be of a similar quality to John and Sandy. It'd probably be like, oh my god. Anyway, yeah, these are just opinions. None of this is analysis. This is just my opinions. But people say, like, this chat box a couple of times we mentioned, like, sometimes like, I'll trade anything with a trend, right? And the trend on it was terrible until recently. But I'll trade anything with a trend. Right, I don't even need a trend, I just need the chart, right? I'll trade anything with a chart. It doesn't even need a chart, right? It just needs a ticker tape. It just needs to have a price, and then another price, and then another price, and I'll trade it. And do well. But sometimes you're trading a stock and it's like a football team. You're like, or like whatever sports team you would cheer on, and you're like, come on, come on. And you get really excited. It's like a participation sport as well as you being involved in it. And that, for me, that's what live person's like. It's like, what? Yes, here we go. Live person are playing again today. Live person are playing again today. Oh yeah, and they're playing every day. Have you heard about Render Network? The crypto. It's the most overpriced crypto in that sector, is Render. By a big shout. A lot of their shit's just hype. So do you think GME is going to dilute every time the price jumps up, or do you think they will ever let it run? What? No, I think they'll dilute at a specific price point, which I've worked out using a formula, which is probably the same one they used to work out when they did the last dilution. And I backward engineered it, I think, at least rough ballpark, and have a good idea of what price they'll likely do it at again. Tradespot, please make an EOD GME summary click. Love those and them all. Watch them all. I never thought of it like that. That's a good analogy. I do cheer for my stocks like a sports team. Discernment, though. Yes, discernment, though. You choose the stock. You're not just born into it, dyed in the wool. Or support it because it's your local area. So we've got an hour and a half. I can come back before the end of the stream, make a quick video about that if you want. Price point is important for a share offering, but do you think they're waiting for high volume as well? You must be new, eh? You are new, sir, and you're very kind and that. Volume? Does it look like I'm somebody that cares about volume? Can you even hear what I'm saying right now? And if so, what level of volume do you think they'd be looking at? My God, man. Volume. No one cares. No one cares. Like, the quickest way to letting somebody who trades know that that you're at the very beginning of your journey is to talk about volume. Like, price moves price. Idiots, right? Idiots, right? They are the volume. They're the volume. You know that the average IQ is 100, right? So that means most people, their IQ is below 100 because it's the average, right? So most people are below 100 because you've got really, really smart people, right? And the distribution of probability and whatnot. So there's so many people, are stupider than the average, and the average person is so stupid. Can you imagine how stupid those people are that could be described as volume? The smart people act before everybody else. So you're excited about, oh, I called GameStop at $22, right? You're probably stupid. It was $10. When it was $10 and it was $9.95, $9.85, and I said this is going to get here, it's going to be the price to buy it at, That's when Roaring Kitty bought his first option contracts. That's where he made the 200 million that went later into the positions he shared, and everybody was all excited about his $22 odd at $23 whatever cost average. That was when all the volume came in after that. He'd already made hundreds of millions of dollars and then opened a new position, and then volume came in after all of that. So the volume is late, the volume is stupid, and the volume is after the fact, right? The volume watches the news and then goes and trades. You know, the volume, right? It's at home washing the dishes while I take its wife out for dinner. Volume, right? It's away off, right? Taking the dog for a walk in the park while its wife comes and meets me in the pub round the corner, right? You see that volume when it's, you see volume, right? Volume does my laundry. Volume picks my laundry up, washes it, irons it, and drops it off for me, right? While the job is only barely covering their childcare costs, while their wife is round at my house messing up the sheets, right? Volume is soon going to be redundant, because one of the biggest jobs it did was vacuum cleaning and mopping my floors. And now I've got a robot that does that for me. Volume has screamy conversations on Reddit. Volume is a smart person's exit strategy. Volume I know this is tough listening, right? I know it is tough listening, because you're like, does that mean, wait a minute, and you know, you're looking for your wife and you're texting her now and she's not getting back to you, you know. Wait a minute, am I volume? You don't want to be the volume. That was the point of that message, right? And I know that a lot of people who are new traders, they don't know this. And I don't mean to make you upset. But it's not really me, is it? You're doing it to yourself. Alright, Daniel. I'll admit it, I'm very dumb, but I'm here to learn. Yo. I don't think we should... Who even asked? I don't mean to be unfair on anyone. Wolf Peter, someone needs to clip this volume segment. That'd be good. Someone should clip that volume segment. Yeah, that'd be good. There'd be some virality to that volume section there for sure. Somebody clip that volume section. Check the mirror to make sure I didn't have any extra knobs. What does that mean? Yeah. Volume says things like, Mum's gone to Iceland, and Mum's not at Iceland, she's round at my house. Stupid people are just uneducated, and no one has to remain uneducated. Exactly. But the thing with being stupid is it's got like these inhibitions, and one of them is that you don't realize how stupid you are, you don't like being educated, and you think you're always right. And so in a combination of these three factors, stupid people are very often condemned to forever stupidity. Which, I mean, I feel bad for you, son. Make sure I didn't have any volume knobs. Oh, I see what you mean. The volume knobs. Yeah. Volume definitely believes in 110%. So if you like a lot of chocolate on your biscuit, join our club. www.discord.gg/rockyoutcrop. Links in the top right of the screen there. Any hints at the GME price point? Yeah, it's right on the screen there. It's GME price point is currently 24.92. So the time is 19:30. There's an hour and a half till market close. Even the minute time frame, you're looking at mostly Rice Krispies there. There's some volume outside right now. Ow, ew, ow, 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 ow. So I'm going to come back when people have managed to clip that volume segment and do the price action on GameStop and Lisbon for the close of the week there. And then that's a nice segue into the splosh on Discord that people will be setting up. So get yourself over to Discord. That'll be happening in the voice chat there on Freeside. There'll be a lot of good crack going on. Good tunes, good people, good conversations, lots of learning. If you've got a clip and you want to make it and ask questions about anything I've spoken about, or if you want to know why it is that TradeSpot hates volume so much, or really doesn't care about volume, it actually hates the wrong word. I don't have any feelings about it. But I do know that it's stupid. God, it's so stupid. My God, it's so stupid. Volume is so stupid. Yeah. Get yourself down to the local. Get yourself down to the local disco pub. Part of me thinks like, oh sure, it's only an hour and a half. Just stay on for an hour and a half. The other part of me, like the lower half of my body, which is nearly going numb from sitting down so often, it says to me, because it's not got a mouth and it doesn't talk very good, and I do empathise a little bit with it. So I'm going to go and try and do that. Owie, whoa. So I'm going to go and try and do that. I'll be back for the end of the day, the end of the week, and then I'll have a little clip on what price action's done on these two very funny stocks. Some people think like, oh, because he talks about them so much, you should talk about other things. You should talk about other things, especially if you're a trader and so on. And it's like, sure, how many communities do you run? Hey, how many communities do you run? And are you a fan of volume? There's actual volume traders out there, no joke. I mean, there are. They just don't understand what they're actually doing. They're not trading volume. They're just part of the stupid crowd. There's other more important things happening. This is awful really difficult to explain to people when they think that their thesis has just been proved correct. And it's like, well, no, it's not. It's this other thing. But like, because they're so invested in volume or whatever, what have you, this is what it's like. I think it was American Jake was talking about it yesterday. It's like it's so easy to convince somebody of a scam or of something stupid, and it's so very difficult to convince somebody then that they've been scammed or that someone's taken the piss out of them. It's so much more difficult because it involves that person having to admit they're wrong, having to admit they've also been exploited, and having the courage and the fortitude to still be okay, and the resilience to keep going forward. And that's why, despite the fact that millions upon millions upon millions, like a really high volume of people have met me and had this interaction that we're having now, that there's the number of people in the chat box that there is right now, and that's will always be the ratio you're looking at, that much less than 1% will come back and stay tuned, and even less so will become a member and stick it out or join the Discord and be on the real inner team there. Like very, very few people. And in order for that system to happen or exist at all, it of course takes a lot of effort from on this side, but it relies on you self-identifying as being one of those team players, as being one of those people, And a lot of people watch this stuff and think, yeah, fuck yeah, cool, woo, right? But do they then take an action in that? And you distinguish yourself by doing it. And another phrase that I say a lot is, good people are good at finding each other. And that's because they want to. And if you want to, you can find me.
on discord.gg/rockyoutcrop. See you in an hour or less, probably less. Thanks, guys. Hit the like button as well. Hit the like button. Oh look, I could do this so that you know what's coming up. I can do this and you'll know what's coming up. You lucky things, just so you don't miss out. I wonder if this will work actually, because the thing started. Aye, the thing started, I wonder. We'll go and find out, sure. I didn't monetize. I know I got a copyright strike again. I got a copyright strike again at the start of this video. I am a big dum-dum. Aren't I a big dum-dum, chat box? I am such a dum-dum. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Oh no, now I've just hid something that I wanted to keep. Oh no, now I'm getting confused. There's this video too, from that starting scene. Who's a dum-dum now, Trade Spotter? You are Spotter, you big dum-dum. I thought it was funny. It was worth it. It was worth it. Was it worth it? It was. It happened anyway. Right, I've only got 23 minutes or so now at the minute. I've only got 23 minutes or so. GME 2494, Lisbon 0.6304. That could be a lot worse. Doing very, very well. I'm very enthused by that performance. I'm gonna have those peri chicken thighs. Oh my god. And then I'm gonna come back and do this. Meantime, hit that like button, leave a comment below this video. There you are, good people are good at finding each other, spot on. Darn tootin' Stan, good man you are too. Do you have classes or instructional videos? Yeah, I've got an entire course. I have an entire course. Was going to spot it was noticeable today you weren't showing up on the front page of YouTube when live. Had to dig for it. Ah, it's because of this stupid. It'll be because of this, because of that copyright thing, eh? Probably. Like, what's the point in them pushing this video when they can't get any adverts on it? And they can't get any adverts on it because I've used someone else's content, the thingy from the clip from that video. So if they can't advertise on it and they can't make any money from it, then they're just not going to push it. So then they get less people to see the show, which is my own fault. But then I didn't really mind too much because, you know, in that, you know, you do go searching for it, you do find it, you do identify more. So then the people who do see it even better. Do you have classes or instructional videos? Yeah, I've got a course. It's www.technicalanalysis.school. It's where the best traders in the chat box learned. Jamie, what do you think about opening up a SPY put now? Right before I'm about to go off the stream? You're crazy. I got out 20% profit today. Well, take a break, mate. You did good. Oh, bruv, it's a good for them. Oh, bruv. Oh my god, bruv. Oh my god, bruv, you gotta get stabbed out of here. Yeah, Jamie, had a missed call yesterday on Discord from the Outcrop. What is that all about? I ask, I'm very new to it. Hiya, Dave the Rave. You don't have a missed call from the Outcrop. Not from Rocky. No, not from Rocky. He doesn't do that. Doesn't he do that? Yeah, I very much doubt that you had. I very much doubt that you had Rocky Outcrop calling you. He doesn't even answer his phone to me, so it's unlikely that would happen. Probably what happened was something else happened. And ignore calls and DMs and so on. There's nothing good there, Rick. Everything that happens on Discord should be in public. And if you're the same way, you know, and you want to get in touch with somebody, just write their name with an @ sign before it, and they'll get the same notification they would if it was a DM. So there's no need for private conversations. The only reason somebody would be doing that would be to massage your ego ahead of trying to scam you out of something when you've become slightly stupider with this egotistical focus. And so you should be weary of any direct message you're getting on Discord. The only one that you'll get that will be any use at all is those which you use to prove you're a human in the verification process when you first join. After that, stick to making public messages. Also, anything you do write that's helping somebody, if it's there on the public side in a written public thing, then in that sense you're contributing value to everybody else. Whoever shares that again, you also might elicit interaction from Rocky and myself and other expert traders who will add value to the conversation. And you know, volumes in your DMs, right? Volumes in your DMs. You can be like that. There's not enough volume in my DMs. Well, consider yourself lucky. Okay, brilliant show. Hit that like button. See you in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes? That's 20 minutes. Like it, leave a comment too. Why not, right? Use loads of nice new emojis to use. And I'll see you there. Thanks very much for those people who supported the stream. Appreciate you guys.